Three cinephiles have come together to bring you strong opinions, controversial statements, epic battles, and plenty of fun. Introducing our host, the man who watches 52 movies a week, drinks 52 beers a movie, loves women but hates the woman, from the foreign land of Canada, our host, Moodz 616. He is widely known as the man who talks too much. His worst enemies are Postmaster P and Pee Wee Herman. He said Hellraiser was overrated and Leprechaun Origins wouldn't suck. He's the full-blooded half-Mexican, JP. Finally, we have the man who doesn't talk enough. He is best friends with Sean S. Cunningham. His favorite horror movie is Gummo. He is your favorite Jew and mine, Jeremy. Together they are known for extending a helping hand to vampircons everywhere. They are the 22 shots of Moodz and horror.
Yes, y'all. It's going down right here. Episode 34 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror. It's coming at you live right here, right now. I'm your host, Moodz 616, and of course, I've always got my hetero life mates with me. NES Ruler 22, also known as Jeremy. And of course, we've got the lovely Mexican, Double Shot J, also known as JP. What's up, homies?
Just
what's going on?
Sick.
Yeah. You don't sound very good.
I know. I keep having to mute like every 2 seconds to cough.
Man, I heard that guacamole cures it for you Mexicans, though, doesn't it?
Haha.
It's just like silence.
That
silence
like super delayed laugh. He's like, it took me a second to process that. He's like, yes,
well,
we do eat a lot of guacamole, don't we?
I was actually coughing when you said it, so I was like, shit, I'm not going to be able to respond for a couple seconds, but I actually don't like a lot of Mexican food, surprisingly. Like, I like regular tacos with regular ground beef, cheese, and, like, some lettuce, and that's pretty much it.
You mean you don't like his favorite place, Taco Bell?
I love Taco Bell. I just don't like half the, like 90% of the menu.
Dude hates Taco Bell.
Oh, Taco Bell is, like, honestly, paste. Their meat tastes like paste to me. It's so weird. Like, what is it, though? It can't be real.
Mm-hmm.
It's like soy meat or something, but it's like really oddly pasty.
It's like soy meat. If it's even that.
And then like the liquid cheese and oh my God.
I love the liquid cheese.
It's it actually is good, but man, it's so bad for your butthole. Like, oh.
Well, everything's bad for your butthole.
Yeah. So guys, so of course we are back this week. After last week we had something come up, so of course we could not do the show, but we are back, of course. So what exciting has happened in your guys' lives in the last 2 weeks?
Nothing too exciting. Typical school stuff. Starting to finish stuff a little bit more. I have, 2,500 out of 3,500 words done on my French extreme paper that I'm writing, and then I have 1,000 out of 3,500 on another one done. So after I finish those, I should be done. My movie's done. One of my other papers are done. So shortly but surely we're coming to the end. So I'm pretty happy to be finished.
Awesome. French extreme. So did you get a little tied up or for words with the high tension film? Like, what exactly, like, how did you get into that one?
Well, the main thing I'm focusing on is that Marie, she takes away the male gaze because she herself follows the typical tropes of the male gaze because she gazes at Alex throughout the entire film. She wants Alex. So throughout the film we see, through fast cuts and things like that she takes away the male audience's gaze at Alex and she replaces it with herself. So to have another female gazing at another female, something interesting. So that's like the main thing that I'm focusing on.
But aren't we still following? We're kind of following Marie though. Like we're looking at it. We're looking at it we're looking at her still though, right? I mean, kind of.
Yeah, but she's not a very attractive woman. She obviously has masculine attributes. I mean, look at her. She has short hair. Her ears are pierced. I mean, she looks like a manly woman. So kind of like that, the audience kind of identifies with her as a male, even though more male than female than your typical female. Like Alex, like the scene that I talked about is the scene when she's standing outside smoking the cigarette, and she looks into the window when Alex is taking a shower, and you see it's like a 3-second shot. You get a 3-second shot of Alex is showering, and then you get like a 10 or 15 second shot of just Marie's face looking inside of the window. Mm-hmm. So she's taken away the male gaze's power and replacing it with herself, with her own gaze, which women typically aren't allowed to gaze in the horror film genre unless they the main argument is, well, one of the main arguments is that a woman is allowed to gaze at another being if they go through a monster. So let's say Universal monster movies, if they see the monster as themselves, then they're typically allowed to gaze. There's a whole bunch of shit. It's confusing as hell. But.
If you're kind of perceiving Marie as a masculine character, wouldn't it still be the male gaze then?
But she's attributing to the male gaze. She herself is how do I say this? She herself follows the typical tropes of the male gaze, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Like, instead of... She does everything that's in the criteria of what's understood as the male gaze that females typically aren't allowed.
Mm-hmm. Therefore, the whole film is explained even before the ending then, if you're really paying attention to these real technical terms, I guess.
Like when she's dreaming and she's running and she's talking to Alex when she wakes up, well, it feels like I was chasing myself. So it's like, there's something right there when she's like,
there's actually a lot of hints throughout the film, and I 100% get the ending. A lot of people say that it doesn't make sense. It actually does make 100% sense if you're looking at it the correct way. And, I've only heard one other person explain it, and they've explained it a lot better than me. If I could find that clip, I would probably link it, and if I can, I will. But the whole thing with the ending and, some of those looks and some of those little moments in the film, it's all a metaphor for her suppressed lesbianism, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I had to say.
Okay, I thought there was more to that, but yeah,
well, we already know she's a lesbian just by the way she looks at Alex and things like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, but she's not. But it's not just about being a lesbian, right?
But that's another thing with the male gaze, that they think that she's a lesser being because she's a lesbian, even though that she likes another woman. Like, oh, here's a woman that likes another woman, and it's like, oh, I'm supposed to be the one that likes the woman, that bitch. I'm gonna punish her for taking away my gaze.
So we look at other guys like that too, because they like.
Well, you know what, guys? Okay. I think in the future we're probably going to be covering, maybe doing like a French Extreme show. So let's maybe kind of save the conversation for that. Maybe
exactly. We should.
Well, I've already wrote a paper on Inside High Tension and Martyrs this semester, so I have a lot of stuff for that show. So that'll be.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to say. Like you those 4 or 5 films that are in that.
Well, I know I could talk about High Tension specifically for quite a while. So I mean, hey, let's ask the people, right? You guys want to see a French Extreme show?
I think it would be fun to talk about.
The main 5 French Extreme.
Bloody and violent.
Yeah, we'll do the main 5 from that era.
I like to call the women being punished 5.
I've heard it called the Fab Five.
Yeah, because it's like all 5 films have women being punished in some way or another.
What is your guys' favorite film from the Fab Five?
Well, I've only seen High Tension.
Inside, for sure.
Oh, you've only seen one, JP?
What is it? Martyrs, Inside, High Tension, Frontiers, and Them. Yeah, I've only seen one. I own Inside, but I haven't got to it yet.
Inside is my favorite, but it's not the most enjoyable to write about. High Tension is definitely the most interesting one to write about. And then Frontiers has some interesting things too to say, and Martyrs. But Inside, I don't know why I chose that one to write about. It's a hard one, but it's the best out of the 5.
I can see where you're coming from. Inside is also my favorite one too, but man, I love them. That movie is fucking awesome. It's great. But I mean, really, I like all the films though.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This past week, got a schedule change at work, so that was kind of, what's going on with my life now. So we're recording at a very odd time right now.
Yeah, not even an odd time, but it's like an odd day and an odd time. So it's like
odd day, odd time. So we got to adjust this new schedule and stuff. So we'll try to keep these shows on coming and whatnot. But
they'll still probably post Monday nights though.
Yeah. I'll still post them at the beginning of the week and stuff, right? So, yeah. JP, what's going on with you, man?
Oh, man, I've had a rough week. Well, today I got sick, but on top of that, we have like a big inspection coming up at work that we're probably going to fail. We failed last time, so it's like real stressful and chaotic there. So I've just kind of don't even want to talk about that right now.
Alrighty, man. Well, I mean, not much really happening the last couple of weeks. So why don't we just get right into the news? Do we have lots of news? Are you covering from like the last 2 weeks, JP?
I am covering from the last 2 weeks, and no, we don't have a lot. Just kind of a slow week. Actually, two kind of interesting things came out today, so it kind of beefed up the news a little bit. I'd say probably two of the more interesting things came out today, so that's cool. First up, a while back we talked about a anthology film called Tales of Halloween. Now this was the one we kind of talked lengthy about it. It kind of got us into the whole conversation of anthologies and like why they don't do wraparounds anymore and stuff. You guys remember that conversation?
Yeah.
So this is the one that has like the guy who directed like Saw 2, 3, and 4, the guy who did Never Sleep Again, Big Ass Spider, The Descent, The Hills Run Red, Grace. There was a bunch of directors attached to it. Well, we just got one more director attached to it, and in my opinion, it's one of the bigger ones out of this group of people, and it's Lucky McKee. So he signed on.
Oh, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. So there's a ton of people attached to this, and that was kind of our negative a little bit because we started talking about ABCs of Death and like how it just was too many shorts and stuff like that. But it does have a plot description now. And it goes, 10 stories will be woven together by their shared theme of Halloween night in an American suburb where ghouls, imps, aliens, and axe murderers appear for one night only to terrorize unsuspecting residents.
Nice. So it's all around mischief night.
Yeah, and it says
that
interwoven, which is a great little thing to say.
Nice.
Yeah, that's cool. That it's interwoven.
Yeah, well, that's cool. Good, man. So it's basically kind of like it could be like a full-length film, but you have all these little segments that kind of yes, it is just like Trick or Treat. That's
who's releasing this, JP?
I actually don't know who's releasing it. I think I might have said a while back. I feel like it might be like Image or something.
Yeah,
that's where I got the press release.
It sounds like an Image movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, doesn't sound like an Anchor Bay movie, so I would say it's an Image.
The thing is, I think one of the same women who sends out the press release for these, I think she also sends Anchor Bay press releases, which is weird.
Yeah, I you know what? This can't be an Anchor Bay film.
Yeah,
I don't think it is.
You know why? Because it sounds really good.
Yeah.
Anchor Bay hasn't released a good movie in a long time.
Yeah.
Well, it depends where you're getting your films from because, Blood Glacier, of course, was released by IFC in the U.S. and in Canada it was released under Anchor Bay. I like Blood Glacier. Anyways,
Same with Willow Creek too, right?
Yeah, Willow Creek was also released by Anchor Bay.
That's weird.
Yeah, who released Willow Creek here?
Dark Sky.
Oh yeah.
Was it really Dark Sky?
Yeah.
Oh shit, crazy. Well, that's weird. Oh, that's very odd.
Sorry. So next up, we have a little update on It. Now, It has been talked about being remade for, 4 or 5 years now, right? I mean, it's literally been in the news like every, 6 months for the past like 4 or 5 years. And basically they said that they're going to start officially prepping for the film in March for a summer shoot. They said that it's going to be 2 films. The first film will follow the coming of age section of the film, the first part of the miniseries, right? And then another film will be made following the adults as they're still trying to deal with Pennywise.
I wonder if Pennywise is going to be a person or CGI.
Oh, he'll be a person for sure. There's no need to CGI him.
I know, but
Yeah,
it wouldn't surprise me.
stupid.
Yeah, but I will say that I think that it's interesting that they're doing these with the Stephen King films. Like, first we have The Stand, that's going to be multiple movies. Now It. Interesting, right?
Yeah, that is interesting. And, you know, it's also interesting that you bring up It too, because actually before we started recording the show, we were talking about, I was telling you a story about what happened at work this week. A guy from work asked me what my favorite horror film of all time was, because he doesn't really know me that personally. And I told him Dawn of the Dead. And he instantly responded, the remake? And I was like, dude, come on, man, don't insult me. And I'm like, no, the original 1970 George Romero classic. And he's like, oh, that movie fucking sucks. And then so, of course, we get into it, but that's a whole different conversation. I was like, you're a fucking idiot.
The remake isn't bad, though.
But no, I'm not saying the remake isn't good.
Oh, yeah, it's not as good.
But it's not my favorite movie, right?
Yeah.
And so we get into this conversation with horror films. And I was like, he basically said that he can't enjoy horror films because he looks too much into them, and he's just, you know, he can't deal the fact that, like, you know, these certain situations just would never happen, so he can't enjoy it. He's like, that wouldn't happen. So
yeah,
he's one of those people.
He's one of those people like my cousin, where I'm watching you know, The Stepfather, and he's like, and he's like, run, what are you doing? That is so stupid. Why wouldn't she run? Why would she stay? And I'm like, dude, you gotta just chill, suspend your disbelief a bit. First of all, I've actually been chased by someone, and you do get a little bit confused.
Yeah, and so anyways, so the Dawn of the Dead conversation or argument, whatever you want to call it, led to he brings up It, and he goes, what's the deal with the movie It? And he's like, that movie's not scary at all. He goes, that movie's just awful. He's like, it's just a terrible movie.
What does he like?
No, and then he says to me, he goes, like the clown, he's like Penny-Sense. He goes, that guy's not even fucking funny at all, or scary at all. And I'm like, what'd you say?
Penny-Size?
Penny-Sense? And I'm like, no, dude, it's Pennywise. I started fucking laughing so hard. I was
Penny-Sense,
like, oh my God. You just said Penny-Sense.
Like cents, like 2 cents, 3 cents, like penny-sense.
Like, well, I'm like, you were halfway there, buddy. You know, Penny-Sense is close to Pennywise.
Penny-Sense isn't bad, dude. I'll go with Penny-Sense.
At least you got the first name right.
Yeah, that's not bad. But yeah, anyways, I just thought I'd throw that into the, you know, tell that little story, because it had me fucking cracking up this week. But
that's hilarious.
Funny.
But so anyway, they said that they didn't want to go forward. Much like, I've noticed a lot of these people say this, a lot of these writers. He said he didn't want to go forward with it unless he had Stephen King's blessing. So they sent King the script, and he said, go with God, please. This is the version the studio should make.
That's funny that he has to get Stephen King's blessing. Did the guy who's doing The Stand had to get Stephen King's blessing?
I believe so. He said, I believe something was said about that.
People are afraid to adapt his work now, considering, you know, most people think The Shining's a classic film. Stephen King hates it. Yeah. You know, it's
but a lot of Stephen King films are. Misery's fucking awesome. Pet Sematary is awesome.
Dude,
there's a lot of awesome.
Stephen King films are amazing. There's Children of the Corn. Fucking The Dead Zone, Carrie. Like, there's a million good ones. Cujo.
You know, it all depends on who you talk to. Like, I mean, in the world of film, a lot of those movies are really good as films. As adaptations, I mean, we all know adaptations are always quite different.
When have you ever heard somebody say, like, that adaptation's better than the book?
Yeah, I know.
I've never heard it.
That, like, never happens. But, you know, coming from somebody that has a very, very large Stephen King library, and I've read a lot of his books, Misery is a great fucking movie. James Caan's awesome. Kathy Bates kills that fucking movie. I think that's
the only Stephen King film to be nominated for... Well, Kathy Bates won the Oscar. I think that's like the only Stephen King film that...
Yeah. But as an adaptation, it is really good. But I got to say, the book is way more violent.
Doesn't he get his foot chopped off with a chainsaw in the book?
No,
wait,
but in the book, there's one part that's fucking awesome. His birthday rolls around, and she cuts off his thumb and uses it as a birthday candle. I wish they had thrown that in the movie, man.
I don't know, man. That might seem... Think about it. Stephen King can word things perfectly, but I think if that would have been in the movie, it would have came off cheesy or like comedy.
No, I don't think so, man. Because, like, I mean, what about the part where she puts the boards in between his feet and
that is dark and scary, but it's something about like lighting a finger on fire, like on it. Like it seems like it could be funny.
I mean,
do you see what I'm saying, Jeremy?
I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, totally. It does come off a little comical, but the tone of the film is so not comedy, though. Like, if you cut off the thumb appropriately, listen to me. What the fuck? But you know what I'm saying? I think you could put that in there and still keep it serious, though. But I do understand where you're coming from. Like lighting a candle.
I'll tell you right now, if I was making
a little wax
film,
on the tip of the...
I think I would have seen that scene and axed it as well, simply because I think that it could have been taken as comedy.
But, I mean, in the book, it doesn't come off like that at all. It just, when you read it, it's brutal. She does a lot more shit to him.
Doesn't he, like I said...
She basically tortures him.
Doesn't he get his foot sawed off with a chainsaw in the book?
Man, if that happens, I don't remember that.
I swore I read that.
The hobbling thing's way better than...
Like, that part makes me cringe every time I fucking watch it.
In the book, she does break his ankles with a sledgehammer, though.
Ugh.
Same with the movie.
That part
that is adapted properly. But if she cuts... maybe I just forget that. I don't know. I haven't read it in a lot of years, but I don't know.
Yeah, so what do you guys think about it being remade? I think it all comes down to the casting of Pennywise.
I don't really care, to be completely honest.
Wow.
I'm not a huge fan of the original, so...
Wow!
Yeah.
I've seen it once. Maybe I have to rewatch it.
You have to. I honestly think it's the best... It might be the most scary thing that was ever made for TV.
Yeah.
I have to rewatch it, like I said.
That's a pretty bold statement, though, man.
I'm telling you, dude, I've met more people who have been scared of it than, like, anything that I've ever... Like, personally... It never got me because I didn't see it at the right time. But I had a friend who would beg his mom to go to Pencraft, which is a mom and pop video store when I was a kid, and he would get it. He would get it and he would take it home and he wouldn't watch it, but he would beg for it every time. He would pop it in and then run, and he'd be like, "I don't want to watch it." Seriously,
because the cover's fucking awesome.
Yeah, he would see the cover and it would scare the shit out of the video store.
To me, it's going to be really hard to replace Tim Curry, though. I mean,
definitely.
Like you said, it does come down to casting. But I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm curious about the remake. I am really curious, and I hope it turns out well. But again, I mean, do you really honestly think that it needs a remake?
Does it need one? No. But I read some of the book, and it's very, very dark. Shit you couldn't do on TV, and... I don't know, man. If they did it in a film, it would be nice to see all that shit.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Totally. So,
but
I mean, yeah, it could be interesting.
I will also say that I don't know why anytime a remake happens, like, they instantly have to be like, well, we can't have anything from the old one. Like, why can't they just be like, maybe we should get Tim Curry. He did a really good job.
Man, if they got Tim Curry again, that would be baller. I would see that then.
I
wonder if Tim Curry would actually do it if he got asked
and stuff now, but
yeah,
he's getting pretty old, isn't he?
Yeah,
I would imagine so. But I mean, I wonder if he would actually accept it, though. Like, hey, man, you want to reprise your role as Penny Sense?
Tim Curry has had some memorable roles, man.
I think one of my favorite roles from Tim Curry is from that Tales from the Crypt episode where he plays like multiple people.
Yeah, that's a good episode.
That's awesome.
Man. Rocky Horror Picture
I don't watch
Show,
that shit.
man.
Rocky Horror Picture Show, yeah.
He's
I mean,
awesome
even if you don't like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, you have to respect the performance, though. It's really good.
Yeah,
good.
It's a good voice, man.
So yeah, I know. So anyway,
fuck you. You never say I talk enough, and then when I talk enough, you laugh at me, asshole. It clearly says in the intro, the guy who doesn't talk enough, and I'm finally talking, you laugh.
I know. What does it say in the intro for me, though?
Well, your best friend
the guy
is...
who talks
the
too
guy
much.
who talks too much.
much.
So I have to live up to that. You know what I'm saying? So anyway...
I'm
Friday
living
the
up to my
13th.
portion right now. I'm drinking beer.
He is.
Right?
He is. I see
You
it. The next bit of news is some interesting news that I got excited for. Honestly, any news about these films I get excited for, but apparently some site caught up with Platinum Dunes producer Brad Fuller, who is producing the new Friday the 13th remake. which the last time we heard, rumored for found footage, then we heard it wasn't, then we heard it's rumored for 3D, then we heard it still is, then we heard it was rumored for found footage / 3D at the same time, which, that's weird. But hopefully no found footage. But we did find out, what we found out is they did a 2009 reboot, and now in 2014 we are focusing on a different story of Jason. This will not be a continuation to the 2009 film, nor a remake of the original. It's just a different story. Which, if you guys remember, that was kind of what I thought they was going to do. I said they're just going to make another Jason film. Not really going to follow anything directly. But the big part of this news is that apparently it will take place in the 80s because the producers wanted to recover the feel of the first film.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's cool. I just don't understand why they can't just make another Friday the 13th movie that takes place after Freddy vs. Jason. It's that'd be cool just to have is that what they're trying to go at, JP?
No, to me it sounds like, I call it the Leprechaun 2 thing. And that's where Leprechaun 2, is it a sequel to the original?
But all
Not
the Friday
really.
the 13th sequels aren't really sequels.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I guess
Most of them are connected.
Yeah.
But Leprechaun 2,
cool.
Does it have anything to do with the first one? It's just another Leprechaun film, right? There's no continuity. It's the Warlock 2 syndrome, right? I mean, there's no continuity. It's just another Warlock film.
Yeah.
Now, as long as you keep a certain amount of the character Jason, I think it's okay to just make another Jason film. Part 1 goes into part 2 goes into part 3 goes into 4 even goes into 5. Sometimes they kind of ignore the endings a bit. 5 goes into 6 goes directly into 7, and 7 kind of goes into 8, right? And then 9 is like a standalone one, right? 9 is kind of your standalone Jason film.
Yeah, it's definitely standalone.
Because it doesn't really have continuity with 8.
It'll be cool to see Friday the 13th 11.
Well, this is the 13th one if you count Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah, but
after
X.
Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't want to see After X. That's awful. I don't want to see anything to do in space anymore.
No, it doesn't have to be in space, but
well, if it's After X,
so
it's in the future. It's 2000.
Yeah, but Freddy vs. Jason, you don't see him come back from space, so it's why do we have to see him come back from space if they make it right after X?
Well, it would be right after Freddy vs. Jason then.
Well, sure.
No space.
Space.
I mean, I'm down with another Jason film, really, as long as they don't try something too gimmicky like space or on a boat or something.
Jason on a boat.
But let's just put him in 80s Crystal Lake, dude. That sounds great to me, right? Maybe let's do it during the winter.
Yeah, man. Jason at Crystal Lake, he wanders out of the woods and he starts fucking up people at a carnival.
How long has
something they didn't do in Texas Chainsaw 3D?
How
didn't do that.
How long has it been since we've seen Jason in Crystal Lake? Now, I don't mean in Crystal Lake. I mean where it feels like Crystal Lake.
Well, part 7?
I would honestly say, part 7, and maybe even Jason X, that one scene with the flashback shit, it really kind of felt like Crystal Lake a bit.
That shit doesn't count.
But I'm saying,
Jason in the winter would be pretty badass.
Yeah.
It's an interesting premise, actually.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
I love the throwbacks shit, dude. I mean, setting it in the 80s just sounds great to me. No cell phones. Oh my god, can we say no cell phones real quick? How awesome is that going to be?
No cell phones. That's great. We love that premise.
Yeah, they could call it Friday the 13th,
but they might have pagers, though.
No cell phones. And I'd be like, yes, I'm seeing that. All right, so next up, we have a bit of IFC news. IFC has picked up the North American rights to Contracted Phase 2.
Cool.
Yeah, and this one's supposed to pick up immediately after the first film.
Fucking rights it should, the way it ends.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. That's what I'm curious about, what happens when the movie's over, so that's cool. That's going to pick up right after.
Yeah, that's totally awesome. Contracted was cool. Great.
Yeah,
great
it was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it, so
You should pick it up. It's cheap.
Yeah. Well, sometimes.
Well, it's $250 on Hastings right now.
Yeah. So, Manson Girls, remember this? You guys remember this one?
No.
This was supposed to be the, like, long talked about film based on Charlie Manson and the Manson family. But the cool thing about it was that Charles Manson was going to be played by none other than Bill Moseley. And it's been talked about for a long time. Apparently, it's actually finally ready to shoot next February. So this February.
You know what? I think that's really good casting.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I think Bill Moseley could play fucking
That is
Manson
probably
great.
the best casting, like the most spot-on casting I've ever even heard of.
Yeah, it'll be
it's
pretty
like
good.
so
for that.
good.
Yeah.
It's like so good.
Like I remember when they announced this was like 2012 when they announced this thing, and I was like, Bill Moseley. Like I'm just picturing Otis.
Well, I mean,
like
fuck, dude, it's better than their first choice. I mean, I heard that they're going to go with Jake Busey.
Really?
I couldn't get that out without
I just have
laughing.
Ginger Dead Man in my head.
I couldn't get that out
that's
without
not
laughing.
Jake Busey,
Who is it?
Gary Busey.
It's fucking close enough. He has the
That's
same
what you
last
want.
name.
Jake
Gary
Busey's the bad
Busey's
guy
way
from
awesomer.
the Frighteners. But no, it was a joke.
I was close.
I actually like Gary Busey, man.
I was
Gary
close.
Busey's awesome.
Yeah,
He was
Silver
the shit in the 80s.
Bullet. Surviving the Game. Have you seen Surviving the Game, dude?
Yeah, man, with
His
Ice-T.
crazy nutso story about him throwing firecrackers at a dog is like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Yeah, that's an awesome movie. Borderline horror. Not really.
No.
But
Survival.
it's like survival, which is borderline horror.
I mean, you put yourself into Ice-T's position. Yeah, it's fucking definitely horrific.
Yeah, well, I remember
Fucking suck.
when I was a kid, the scene where he sees like what they've been doing in all those jars was kind of scary to me when I was a kid, and I seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, this is supposed to follow the, real life Manson thingy thing. Monica Keenan's in it, which I thought was pretty cool. Some people from Texas Chainsaw 3D is in it, and I think the remake, the 2003 one. And I hear that Ron Jeremy's making a cameo.
Ron Jeremy, if you go on IMDb, he has the highest number of actor credits than anybody.
That is so
I think
ridiculous.
he has like 1,200. I'll look one sec.
That's crazy.
And like 1,000 of those are pornos?
No, none of them are pornos.
Yeah, they list porn on IMDb.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely do.
One sec, I'll check.
I always find it
That's
weird
funny.
when I see it, though, because I'm like, oh.
Me and Moodz were on Amazon one night, and we found some porno on Amazon. It's crazy.
That is
there's
weird.
like porno on Amazon. He has 1,385 credits.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Wow.
So next, we learned that Paramount is actually moving forward 100% with Paranormal Activity 5, The Ghost Dimension. That subtitle was awful. The Ghost Dimension?
Fuck, when is this?
It sounds like Insidious.
Wasn't it supposed to come out in February?
So check this out. No, it was originally
is this
supposed
the
to come
fifth
out.
one? So this is like the fifth one, but it's technically the sixth film?
Well, if you count Tokyo Nights, it's the seventh one.
Oh man, this is getting worse than the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Matt.
But no, there's 4 films in the original chronological official story.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
there's the marked ones, which is a spin-off, but it still has somewhat continuity from what I hear. I haven't seen these films. And now the fifth one...
That's what I'm always been confused about. It's supposed to be a spin-off, but it has continuity? That's so weird.
That's what a spin-off is, kind of, though, right? When you have a spin-off, usually it takes like characters or some little subplot and then takes it into its own show. Like,
I guess.
most of the time with sitcoms,
but it's still
seen that.
confusing.
Yeah. So originally it was supposed to come out March 13th, 2015.
Damn, I gave
it.
false news in my class.
They delayed it. Okay.
I told him it was coming out in March.
Okay, well listen. They delayed it, but apparently it's already been begun filming, and they're trying to get it out by March 13th, 2015. So they canceled it from that date, and then out of nowhere they're like, yeah, we filmed some of it, and we're hoping that we can still meet that original March 13th release.
Man, that's not too far away.
Yeah.
It's like 3 months.
Yeah, and also they are planning to release it in 3D.
Oh, great.
Not only is the whole premise gimmicky, but they're going to release it in the gimmick of 3D.
Yeah.
Oh, hallelujah.
Not just any 3D. Post-conversion 3D.
What the fuck is that?
What, post-conversion? It's where they don't film it in 3D
Oh,
and they just use some fucking filter to switch it around. It's stupid.
It's so stupid.
It's like old school 3D or some shit.
Such a fucking gimmick for money. It's
so bad. It's so bad.
But guess what? We're going to be covering these things, dude. How awesome is that?
I'm going to see Godard's new film in 3D in a few weeks. I'm excited about that.
Next up, we have Uwe Boll says that he wants to make Rampage 3, and he started up an Indiegogo campaign to help with that.
Is Rampage 2 even shot yet?
Yeah, it's been out.
It's out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they was in all the Walmarts.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah. That's because it doesn't say
I heard mixed things, but I heard that actually some people enjoyed it though. But I guess that's what is expected of those films. But Indiegogo, eh? Wow, that's interesting. Next
up, AMC has officially ordered a pilot for Preacher. Now this is based off of a comic book. Apparently it's pretty badass. It's like a 90s comic book about a preacher who is in Texas, and there's probably some demons and God and weird shit, but apparently it's a pretty cool comic that has a big following. And it is supposed to be produced in the summer of 2015 and will be up for series consideration in 2016. So it's quite a while away.
Not really. It's only a year.
No. It'll be up for consideration because they make a pilot, right? And then they show it to the studios. And then if it gets picked up, then you have to go through the whole filming and production process. So by 2016, we'll know if we're getting the show, but then they have to make it.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a while away. After that, we have a bit of surprising, kind of cool, convenient coincidence type news, and that is that Gutterballs 2 is happening. It's called Gutterballs 2.
Some of it's already shot.
And there is a Indiegogo campaign up where you can donate. They already have $7,258 out of the $20,000 raised.
Go support it.
Yeah, there's a couple different things you can do there. You can pay $20 and get the DVD.
Even the Jew gave him $25, so that should tell you something.
Yeah,
you should go and contribute.
Would you get the Gutterballs double penetration DVD?
I got the Blu-ray, so whatever the Blu-ray price was.
$30.
Okay, so I gave him $30.
But that's in CAD dollars.
Okay, so
that would be
26.
Yeah, it's not too much difference, but yeah, I'm definitely going to be contributing to that. I got to start keeping track of all these campaigns that I've been contributing to.
Yeah, because you're never going to get your shit. It's just going to be some movie that Moodz donated to 4 years ago is never got made, and he's wasn't I supposed to get a DVD of this shit?
I know, man. But I'm pretty sure this is actually going to get made. I mean, he raised that much money already. That's crazy.
But didn't he say some of it was already shot? I swore he said that on his Facebook page that he already shot some of it.
Does anybody know the original budget of the original film?
Not very high.
No idea.
I'll look.
Yeah,
were you impressed, JP?
With the budget?
Well, you asked about it, so I'm.
Well, I mean, I have to know what the budget is. If you tell me he had $25,000, I might say no.
$25,000 for the first one?
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, it probably costs a little bit to rent out that bowling alley.
$250K.
Really?
Yeah.
That movie
a lot.
$250,000?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Holy
Is that
crap.
IMDb telling you that?
IMDb, Wikipedia.
Okay. Man,
just ask Ryan, he'll tell you.
I would like to ask him because unless that bowling alley, honestly, if
it's
you
a
tell
big
me
bowling
that,
alley.
the
I've bowled
bowling
in
alley
there.
costs a lot, I would believe you. So hopefully the majority of that budget went towards that, because if not, I don't know what the hell the money went for.
The effects, man. Look at the fucking effects.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude. Okay.
Man, are you really going to get my blood pissing already, JP?
Yeah, I mean...
I've seen amazing effects done for, literally, $100.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm assuming probably a lot of that goes to the usage of that.
If you told me it cost $10,000 a day or something, I would believe you. Even more than that, I would believe you.
It's a big bowling alley, man.
Because you don't. Yeah, one, it's badass looking. It's one of the coolest bowling alleys I've ever even seen.
Yeah.
And two, you don't have a bowling alley, you don't even got to film. So I could see spending a ton of money on that.
Although they obviously recorded, or they filmed everything after it was closed and stuff too. So that is quite interesting. It's not like they had to close down the joint, so I can't imagine it costing $10,000 a night. But
well,
who knows?
I would be curious to see what the money went for if it was really $250,000. Because let's say you didn't probably have to pay the actors much, right? So where did the money go?
the original scores, the original soundtracks. I don't know. I mean, just money. I don't know.
Making a movie is expensive, man.
Who knows? I mean, the music in this was,
I mean, I'll just throw it back to the Battery. That shit was made for $5,000, and that has a great score, great soundtrack, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So, I'm real curious, because, that kind of actually, I'm almost wishing that it wasn't true, because, I thought this was, this super indie, low budget thing. 250 is quite a high budget, man, for a film like this.
Yeah.
So, I would be interested to find that out. But anyway, let's move on. Horns. That is the Daniel Radcliffe film. Alexander Aja. It's hitting DVD and Blu-ray January 6th of 2015. That is being released by Anchor Bay.
Once again, Anchor Bay.
I've actually heard good things about this film, though. It looks, honestly, ever since I first seen the original artwork with those stupid horns, I was like, this looks awful.
Yeah.
But I've heard good things, so it's weird. It's confusing me.
Yeah, I've surprisingly heard good things too. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of interested in seeing it, so I'll check it out.
Yeah. Next up, we have a film called Preservation, and this was a film that we talked about a while back. It's finally got picked up and going to be released on VOD on January 9th, 2015. This one follows 3 family members head deep into the woods for a hunting trip that doubles as a distraction from their troubles at home. When all of their gear is stolen, they turn on each other, but soon realize there's much more treacherous forces at work. Sounds good to me. I like those type of movies.
Hopefully there's Bigfoot in that film.
Bigfoot?
Be awesome. Yeah.
I'm thinking I seen a picture. I think it's backwoods guys.
It's like a hillbilly film? Cool.
Yeah. Which
It'd
I like.
Be cool if they had a pet Bigfoot, though.
Okay.
They just don't make any good Bigfoot films, man.
I know, we had this conversation.
They're so fucking hit and miss. I just want to see. That would be cool, though. Backwoods hillbillies, and they actually have a trained up Bigfoot. That's awesome. Who doesn't want to see that shit?
I can't even process this right now.
It's because it's such a good idea. I'm telling you, man. We can make that film for about $250,000.
Yeah, we could, and it would look awesome. But next up, Anchor Bay once again is releasing a film called The Atticus Institute. This is going to be available on DVD and Blu-ray January 21st, or that might be a typo. It might be the 20th. Because it says 20th. The 20th. But yeah, I mean, this one sounds absolutely awful to me. It's some possession shit with some doctors and some kind of institution where they have the U.S. Department of Defense and fucking
next.
Yep, next. That sounds pretty shitty.
Fuck, man.
Typical Anchor Bay.
I'm so tired of... Did they purposely go out and try to find the worst films to release?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so... Hold up one second. That was a bad cough. But my last little piece of news, then I'll kick it to Jeremy for something special, is Scream Factory went and gave an update on some of their films, announced a couple titles, and then unannounced a title. So, so first of all, Phantom of the Opera is going to be out 2/17. New Year's Evil will be out 2/14. And
okay, no, seriously, how does Scream Factory even fuck that up? New Year's Evil is out in February. They couldn't get that shit out for fucking, for New Year's.
Yeah, it's pretty lame.
Seriously, Scream Factory. You guys are shitting the fuck.
I don't really consider that shitting the bed, because it's like, do you want them to rush out a title before it's ready, or would you rather actually?
Well, dude, they announced it how long? I mean, they've had this in the works. I mean, why wouldn't they try to push that one for New Year's? I mean, come on, dude.
I'm sure they probably did try to do that.
Well, no, the original release date, I think, was always for next year.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they have tons of films that they're there. I mean, I honestly,
I understand this, but I'm saying, if you have a title like New Year's Evil, get that shit out for New Year's. That's fucking good marketing right there. Get it out. So, I mean, that's just me.
Yeah, I don't really think it matters.
No, it does, man. It does. It's like releasing it the week after.
Yeah,
New
but
Year's.
you're acting like it's a
fuck?
big film. Like, this is like, you know how many people are going to pick this up?
Well, there is a lot of people that already know about this film and even own it, like I do. But I'm just saying, you want to sell a little more copies, maybe market it. Hey, man, we're releasing this on New Year's, or 2 days before New Year's or whatever. It's great. It's good for marketing. Yeah. Come on, man.
Well, guess what? They did announce that they will be announcing. They announced that they will be announcing the extras for New Year's Evil on, you guessed it, New Year's Eve.
So, that's so not the fucking same.
Yeah, that is not the same.
Listen, I really don't. Honestly, this is like one of the least affecting things that, like, I can't even process, like, even having the least bit of care for that particularly. Now, if it's something like the Halloween box set, yeah, you want to get that out before Halloween, like they did.
What the fuck is the difference, man?
It's a big set. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's going to watch all the Halloween films in a set after Halloween. It's like, what the hell's the point?
It's like if they were releasing, say, Silent Night, Deadly Night, and they released it like in fucking January, people would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I agree, because that is more of a holiday that has a feel. What the hell does New Year's feel like? I don't even care about New Year's.
I don't know. New Year's feels like really bad hats and fucking shitty champagne.
Like,
I don't
honestly,
know, man.
I won't even watch Christmas films out of season, and I barely watch Halloween-themed films out of season. New Year's films, I'll watch them any time of year, because I don't really care about that damn holiday, because it doesn't have a special feeling to me.
Well, I mean, it doesn't go for everybody. I'm sure there's other people out there who be like, hey, I want fucking New Year's Evil on New Year's.
Yeah, and his name.
But unfortunately now, so if everybody else was like you and they watch like themed, horror films like on their particular, holiday days. So you get this film in February. These motherfuckers aren't going to be able to watch this shit for fucking 9 more months.
I know.
Until fucking, it's like, dude, I got to wait till fucking 9 more months to watch this shit? That's ridiculous.
I'll tell you right now, if the release date was January 24th, you still wouldn't even have it till February 31st anyway, so I don't even care.
Fucking ass.
So I don't know what you.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Touche.
So Blackula Scream Blackula, or Blackula and Scream Blackula Scream are street dated for 3/3 now. And I think that was the original street date as well. Then we have Dog Soldiers finally getting released. I mean, you want to talk about a delayed release, right? It's like a year later or more.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is a collector's edition.
That's a cool cover.
Pre-order it. I love that film. I think the werewolf. Those are my favorite kinds of werewolves. The ones in that film.
Yeah,
cool cover. I was reading actually just a couple hours ago before we started recording. I was flipping through Facebook like an idiot, and I came across someone's post, and they were talking about how Scream Factory's Blu-ray release of Dog Soldiers is just going to be an up-converted fucking DVD quality and totally not in HD. Did you guys hear anything about this?
No. Not at
Because
all.
this is the first I've heard of this, and I was like, what?
Well,
I'm like, I can't imagine Scream Factory. I know Scream Factory has not been on the ball as of late, but seriously, they're not going to pull that shit. Come on.
What are they going to do? Just make a 1080i? It's like,
yeah, like, and I was like, where did they even get this? So I like tried to Google it, and I was like, I'm not fucking finding anything. So I think people are just making shit up on Facebook. Apparently,
it seems like anytime you bring something that I haven't heard, that I can't find it either. So I don't know who these friends are that you're talking to.
Dude, I'm never on the general feed either. It's funny. And I just happened to read this. I was like, Dog Soldiers up converted. I was like, what? I'm like, that's fucking bullshit.
Listen.
Yeah, that is bullshit.
But
that's not going to happen.
The reason I don't see that happening is because if they were too lazy to do the, or they wanted to try to cheat people and do the release, not do the transfer themselves and stuff, they would just release the other Blu-ray that was put out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They would just release that transfer, not the DVD like upscaled.
Mm-hmm.
After that, Invaders of Mars, Ghoulies, Carrie the Rage 2, and Class of 1994 all are planned to have an April release. And then they announced two new titles. The first being a contemporary film, and this is a creature feature called The Dark Hall.
It looks really shitty.
I think it looks awesome.
That cover looks shitty.
I think it looks awesome, actually.
Yeah, this is like right up my alley. I like creature features and shit like that. So, this was actually premiered on the Sci-Fi Network, which gives me a little bit less hope. But
we'll do it on the show when it comes out.
Yep, we will, and it'll be on DVD and Blu-ray. I don't think they announced. Oh, March 10th they will release that one. So that's not too long from now, actually.
No.
And then after that, they announced, what was that last film they announced? It was, it was like Jaws, like 5 or Cruel's Jaws. They announced that one too.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be paired with Exterminators of the Year 3000. These are like some like the theme for this release was like rip-offs.
Yeah.
Apparently, like Cruel Jaws was like a legit like rip-off, like stealing kind. So they had to axe that one.
It's kind of unprofessional to announce something and then cancel it.
It is so pathetic, actually, because everybody knows the story with Cruel Jaws. It was never allowed to be released here in North America because of all the footage and stuff that was used in the film, and it was all copyrighted and stuff. So that's why it was never released over here. How did they not know this? Like, this is not new news, man. This has been known for years and years and years. The movie's a complete, basically, it's just ripped off from, I mean, there's dialogue, there's scenes, there's everything. How did they not know about this? But what gets me is that they announced this title and the next day pulled it.
Yeah.
Like the next day. So obviously people wrote on their Facebook or whatever, someone like, hey man, like what about the copyrighted shit? And they kind of looked into it, but like, how do you not know this before? Like, I mean, seriously, really think about that for a second. I mean, it's really unprofessional. I mean, when I saw that Cruel Jaws was getting released, I was like, what? I was like, okay.
Did you get a boner?
Well, I was like, well, what about all the fucking material? Because I remember all of the talk from years ago about this. It's pretty bad. It's pretty blatant, actually. Have you guys ever watched the movie before?
No.
It's absolutely hilarious. It's actually on YouTube. But, oh my God. Seriously, how did they not know this, man? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Does it have an official release outside of the U.S.?
It actually does. It does. I think there's actually a Japanese release. And I think there's actually an Italian release of it too. Like that are official, so.
Yeah.
Well, my thing was like, one, I don't think it's, that big of a deal to unannounce something when you find out something has changed, but I do find it like extremely annoying that like and actually dumbfounding and like puzzling that like I don't know how so many people wouldn't have noticed that before they announced it, because like it can't just be like one guy who like acquires titles and then he's like, well, I'm gonna announce this one, right?
Yeah,
that's like that team of people.
Well, there is a team, and like all these guys, they must know film and they must know histories of things and stuff. Like, how does everybody that's involved with this process miss this? Yeah,
it is pretty.
It's pretty fucking mind blowing, man. It just wow, that caught me off guard. Like, I remember when I first saw the the announcement, I was like, I didn't really know what to think, and then of course the next day everyone was like, well, of course. Because it's copyrighted, you can't release that here.
Well, this is my thought processing behind it. Okay, somebody owns the film, right? Somebody has to own the film. It's not public domain, all right? So whoever they were going to license the film from, they just assumed if we can buy this film from this person, like maybe there's some reason that the copyright doesn't apply to like these scenes or something. You know what I'm saying? So I can see how maybe like you wouldn't it still isn't an excuse because it is really ridiculous. But I mean, there is ways that we're not maybe thinking of that because we don't know about the process, right?
Well, I mean, it goes back to like the whole thing of even Spielberg trying to, basically sue if they released it in America and stuff. And I mean, this is,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, see, there was like a whole big thing about this
I've even
film,
heard that, yeah.
Right? And I'm just like, oh my God, wow. So crazy, but I don't know, man. I can't defend him on this one. It just seems, but I mean, it happened so quick, right? They announce it one day, and then the very next day they're like, "Okay, we have to pull this." So I mean, they obviously got the point real fucking quick.
Yeah.
But how do you not look into? I mean, all it would have taken is the day before that they announced it. Hey, let's look into this film and see what the fucking history is with this. I mean, it's obviously they don't acquire a film on a Monday. Tuesday they're going, well, tomorrow we're going to announce this, and then Thursday fucking pull it. It doesn't happen that quick.
I don't know, man. It might. I mean, I've heard them say, like, we didn't get the deal done in time, like a day before they were supposed to announce something. Like, I mean, sometimes they get a deal done and announce it the next day. They really do that.
Yeah, I know, but still, you have to do some research, leading up to the acquirement of that film.
I agree, right? But also,
it's not like Sunday night the guy came to him and like, "Hey man, you guys want Cruel Jaws?" Like, "Fuck yeah!" Monday they announced it. Tuesday, like, "Sorry guys, cock tease."
Was it really one day? I thought it was like 3 days later.
Well, no, it was actually the next day. They literally the next day. I was like, that's why I was like, wow, that was quick.
Yeah, I would actually be curious. Like the only thing that I can blame is the companies for not actually filling us in on how these things work. If we knew how like the acquisition process goes, then we could determine like if there's a 100% blame. Obviously there is in this case, but I mean, I find it frustrating sometimes where you have a bunch of people who actually don't know the process, but we all feel like we do. And I do it too. And I would actually be interested to know the process because I'm sure it's not as simple as everybody makes it out to be.
Honestly, I just want to find out who these people are that didn't know anything about Cruel Jaws going into this, man.
You're looking at it from a perspective of you, though. Somebody who's seen, like, every damn horror film.
Yeah, but I haven't, though. And I'm not saying that that I know everything at all. But I'm just saying Cruel Jaws is not a film I think about on a daily basis at all. It's just when it got announced, I was like, wow, did they get the rights to release this? Because I knew the story. Like, I just by chance, right? And maybe it's because it's known as Jaws 5.
Yeah.
And maybe, that whole thing with Spielberg and blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, really? Like, these guys are supposed to be, you would think, for the most part, very knowledgeable and kind of experts in this, I mean, it's not like, it's fucking Steven Spielberg news, man. Seriously.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we don't really know, like, where it comes from. Like, remember I told you guys the story about the Scream Factory heads who were like, we don't want to release Miss 45 because it's too violent and shit. You know what I'm saying? So what if those guys are in charge of it? Like maybe, I mean, it's still it's responsible for other people to be like, hey guys, I actually know stuff about this film and I'm not sure we could release it. I'm 100% in agreement that it's the silliest damn mistake and there's no excuse for it really. But I think it's interesting to kind of talk about all aspects of it instead of just saying like, yep, they 100%, screwed up on this one, which they did, but we can at least talk about some of the other stuff too.
But I mean, Scream Factory was having a pretty good run there for a while, and in the last couple months, it's been pretty bad. Like, I mean,
it's a lot of MGM garbage.
The whole thing with the Nightbreed set being shipped out to fucking people.
But have you heard anything about that lately, though?
I actually talked to someone the other day that got one in the mail when they ordered the other one.
Still get it on Amazon.
And they were like, I didn't send it back.
Yeah.
But anyways, I mean, that whole thing with that was kind of a major fuck up on their end. I mean, it didn't really hurt the fans. It kind of, some fans maybe, but some benefited. Who knows?
The Halloween
But the whole
disc, but that was more Anchor Bay.
Yeah,
the Halloween disc, this whole fiasco with Cruel Jaws and also Hellhole, them announcing that film and all of a sudden pulling that one because of, all the negatives, whatever the fuck it was. But I'm like, wow, it's like one thing after another.
That's a better excuse, though.
Yeah, that's 100% valid excuse.
And lastly, them not releasing New Year's Evil on fucking New Year's.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I really, agree on this. I am playing devil's advocate.
Oh, fuck, of course you are.
But,
Keanu.
I 100% agree that Scream Factory is where they was originally with the first, year of releases. They're about halfway from how much I like them now. And that's a huge drop off, you know what I mean? I actually, besides the Nightbreed set, there's not one real title that I'm super duper excited for.
Yeah, next year is pretty shoddy, man. I mean,
it's all MGM titles.
That's
the
all
thing.
It's always been almost, besides a couple Universal here and there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the best thing Scream Factory could possibly do for their selves right now is to acquire some other deals.
Yeah.
They have to do it, man, because MGM, they're obviously out of films. I mean, they're releasing fucking vampires, they're releasing Once Bitten and shit. I mean, honestly, dude, that's not tickling people's pickles right now.
Well,
let's be frank here, man. Let's be frank. I mean, I'm more excited about these sci-fi films than I am about Once Bitten with fucking Jim Carrey. I mean,
there's still some titles in there that I'm excited for, but remember when they announced The Town That Dreaded Sundown and shit like that? That was exciting.
Yeah.
And I haven't really been getting that, but I will say that one of the problems with this is they can get contemporary titles like that new Takashi Miike film and stuff like that, but
which is cool.
Yeah, which is cool. I like that side of Scream Factory still. I like what they're doing there. But the problem is they're running out of MGM titles, and let's also look at it this way. Scream Factory isn't the only company that has the reign over the MGM vault, okay? Because there's MGM titles that other companies are releasing as well.
Arrow.
Isn't Twilight Time doing MGM stuff too?
Yeah. Yeah, and so is Arrow.
Okay. So, but Arrow's UK, right? It's different.
Well, it's still a company.
But I mean, it's different process. There's different rules because it's not MGM, it's MGM UK, which actually owns different films from MGM United States.
Yeah.
But
you're right.
So also we have the market has been shrunk, and there is 6 or 7 studios that own everything right now. It's Paramount, Lionsgate, Dimension / Weinstein Company, Warner Brothers, Fox, and a couple other ones, and they own
Sony.
everything. They own all the vaults. For example, Lionsgate owns Artisan and Trimark and all of those old Vestron, all those old video companies. And everything is owned by 6 people now. So it's really hard to get into the door to get some of these old films because, let's face it, they have exclusive deals with other people and these people have deals with these people, and it's hard to get in. Now, normally when a year ends, sometimes that's times for deals to expire and new deals to be created. So let's hope that this year coming up, Scream Factory can get in.
That would be a good announcement. So let's hopefully Scream Factory's announcement on New Year's this year is that they're announcing that they got a new deal with someone else.
Yeah. Well, they
I don't
did
even care about titles. Let's just say, hey man, we acquired the rights to fucking I don't know, Vestron or fucking Old Wizard or something like that. And I'm like, oh god, yes.
Yeah, that'd be pretty. Wizard would be cool.
They said
there's a lot of
They said they also have a few more films to announce, which will be a mix between contemporary and some retro surprises, plus 2 more collector's editions planned for the summer. Once they get it all cleared up, they'll announce stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, hopefully the retro stuff is, really, really good retro stuff that we get excited about. I mean, honestly, dude, Scorpion is the most exciting company right now for me because they keep announcing awesome stuff. They just released Island Claws and shit like that. Cool films like that are really obscure and shit. That's what I want to see, man. That's fucking gnarly.
But the problem is, if you don't have those tent poles, like, you're not going to be, like, Scream Factory is one of the bigger DVD companies, you know, out there.
I'm just saying they need to go out and just try and
they need to mix it up is what they do need to do. What I think's going to happen, one of two things. I think this is going to be the year that makes or breaks Scream Factory. And if not, I think Scream Factory are going to go down to a couple titles a title or two every couple months. I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're in a
hole.
They're in a very interesting predicament right now because all the next titles that they've announced, so a lot of people I've voiced their opinions, and most people are saying that, you know, they're not very excited about them and stuff. And, you know, if they don't sell well, they're going to have to go down to a couple titles here and there. And, you know, like you said, I think this is the year for them. So
yeah,
let's hope that these obscure titles and these announcements are to our liking, because fucking Once Bitten. Ugh.
Yeah. Jeremy, do you have a little bit more news?
Sure. I got a few things. First is some Fright Rag news. December 9th at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Fright Rags is releasing a slate of Silent Night, Deadly Night shirts. They have a limited edition box set, which is $125.
When was this going on sale?
December 9th, Tuesday, December 9th at 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Pacific. No, 7 o'clock Pacific, sorry. So this includes a limited edition box set, which is $125, which comes with a Silent Night, Deadly Night shirt, a limited edition ugly sweater, which is interesting. It's like an 8-bit Silent Night, Deadly Night poster art on this sweater. Comes with a really cool ornament of the guy on the antlers with Punish across his chest. It also comes in a special collector's box with a special edition stocking. So that's $125 available on December 9th, limited to $225. They're also just releasing the shirt and the sweater separately, also on December 9th. These are not limited. Once they're gone, they'll just go into the graveyard. They're $27 for the t-shirt and $50 for the sweatshirt. The t-shirt's really cool. I really like it. I recommend you guys go check it out. And, of course, that will be available on December 9th. Also, Cold Epics announced today that in February, Nekromantik 2 will be released on Blu-ray, limited to 5,000, which will probably
Thank you, Cold Epics.
Which will probably get boosted up to 10,000.
Because think about it. If you was one of the 10,000
It's a little teaser
people,
limited run number.
If you was one of the 10,000 people that bought Nekromantik, 5,000 of you won't be able to have both of them. That's fucked up.
Yeah. Ow. But yeah, all it says is a release date in February, so that's very cool.
Well, fortunately, all three of us are proud owners of the first one, so let's hope we can get the second one.
Yeah.
I'll be jumping on that, though.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Necromantic 2 is really hard to find, so this is awesome that they're releasing it. But
Well, they both were hard to find for me. I mean, I've known about them for years, and they were, like, real weird to acquire.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. That's it.
All right.
Cool. So that's it for the news.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so getting into mood swings here, and the DVD and Blu-ray releases for December 9th, 2014. And yeah, it has really come to a halt at the end of this year. There's not really a lot being announced. I will note from last week, just one major release that came out, the Tales from the Crypt Vault of Horror double feature from Scream Factory came out last week. So if you do not have that, run out and grab it. I actually do have that in my possession, and it's a good release. Really good release.
Also, So Above, So Below came out last week, which is actually getting really solid reviews, so I'm interested to check that out.
It's $10 on Hastings.
Yeah, that one, I mean, it kind of piques my interest a little bit, but...
No, I mean, I've heard really good reviews on it.
I know Scotty really liked it.
Like, top 10 of the year reviews.
Wow, crazy. All right, first up here from, I'm not even sure who's releasing this one. It says Strand Releasings, which is The Strange Color of Your Body's Tears. This one's being released on DVD and Blu-ray. I actually didn't realize this was coming out this year in Region 1 because I actually have a Region 2 DVD of this. So, but yeah, heard really, really good things. I have not watched it yet, and it's actually sitting right in front of me. I need to watch this movie. I've heard good things though.
Is this one? This is a new film, right?
Yeah. It's from 2014.
Yeah, this actually played at Toronto, and I've heard good things about this one too. And I like the cover.
Yeah, I'll be checking it out real soon. Next up, we got Day of the Mummy. I recently watched a review by Dave, Mr. Parker, on YouTube. He basically said this movie is kind of like a video game.
Yeah?
Kind of very odd. It has that type of feel to it.
Wait, like
he says it's entertaining. Yeah, he says it's entertaining, but it's not a great movie by any means.
Is it like cinematic video game like? Or
I'll actually talk to you guys about it later because I watched it this week as well.
Oh, interesting. All right, so then we got Under the Dome Season 2 being released on DVD and Blu-ray, so if you're a fan of that show, definitely check it out. I have not even seen one episode.
I watched the first season, probably like 4 or 5 episodes. Actually, all right, man. I was kind of into it, and it was just one of those things where, if there's a new show that premieres, I'll be like, all right, I like the first couple episodes. Now I'm gonna stop before it gets too good, and then I'll just wait till I grab it on video because I can't stand waiting week to week.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, then we got from Raro Video. Slaughter Hotel is being released this Tuesday, which I am super stoked for.
That sounds dope.
Is there more of a slasher name than that?
Yeah, which is very interesting that you bring that up too, because it's directed by Fernando Di Leo, and he's really known for his Italian crime films. This is actually one of the only horror films that he ever directed, and he's actually one of the biggest influences for guys like Tarantino and a lot of action film directors in North America and stuff. So this is interesting. I've never seen this film, but I really want to check it out because I actually just picked up a lot of Fernando Di Leo stuff, about 9 or 10 films. So. Yeah, I'm really stoked for this. And then we got Extent? What is it? Extent Season 1. You guys know about this show, JP?
No. Never really heard of it. And I don't even see it. I'm wondering where you're seeing this at.
Yeah. It's called Extant. It just kind of caught me off guard. I don't know anything about this one. So TV show, Season 1 on DVD and Blu-ray. Okay. Then we got a release called, now this title just kind of cracks me up. It's called You Can't Kill Stephen King.
And it actually has nothing to do with Stephen King.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. That's exactly
what the cover look like.
That's some good marketing, though, right? I mean, because Stephen King's name pops. As soon as you hear Stephen King, you're instantly interested. Your ears perk up. So they take a film title and has nothing to do with Stephen King, but they found a way to get people to pay attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's mean-spirited, but it works.
What does the cover look like?
It's just got a girl on it.
It's probably shitty, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know. Next up, we got a film released by Scorpion. Releasing is called Strip to Kill. This one looks awesome. It is being released on DVD just right now. They have announced that they're going to be releasing a Blu-ray later on down the road, so I don't know why they didn't come out at the same time. That's kind of odd, but anyway, Strip to Kill. Then we got I believe this is the Diamond edition of Gremlins 30th anniversary. Yeah, which is coming out.
You can get Gremlins in the dump bin, so who the hell's going to rebuy it?
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
a digibook.
Yeah.
And I love Gremlins, but
not really horror, but I guess you can kind of lump it in there a little bit. But Natural Born Killers, special edition, 20th anniversary Diamond Deluxe edition's coming out. Yeah, I don't know why they really have this lumped in here, but
they always got this shit lumped in there.
Yeah,
Natural Born Killers, great film, but I don't know about horror. But and then last up for the releases that I got here is Dead Snow, Red vs. Dead Snow 2, basically on DVD and Blu-ray. I've been hearing a lot of good things about this
awesome.
film. In fact, I've actually heard a lot of people say this is better than the first one, and if that is true, I'm gonna love this because I love the first film.
It's amazing. It's so fun.
Yeah, see, that's that's so encouraging, man. When sequels are that good,
Yeah,
when you
good.
love the first one, like that is the coolest thing ever.
I think you're gonna like it.
My only thing is, now that I'm hearing this, it makes me want to wait longer to see it, so my expectations die down a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, I always have a weird dilemma with that. Like people were telling me it's great, and I loved the first one. So if I see it right now, I hope I don't have those annoying preconceived things about the film where it affects my viewing. Because as much as I try for it not to happen, it still does sometimes. But slow week for releases. Next week got some good stuff coming out though.
Yeah, but you know what? It's still really slow though.
It is.
There's some IC stuff coming out next week along with the Screen Factory, but it's slow. It's slow.
It still is slow.
I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised because it's right before Christmas. You think you want to get some releases out there, for stocking stuffers and whatnot. Jeremy's like, "What the fuck is Christmas?"
Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. But
Hanukkah.
But if you look at the week after that, the week of Christmas Eve, there's nothing.
Yeah, I know, it's so crazy.
Who wants to fucking pick up a horror movie on Christmas?
Me?
Yeah, but we're not normal, so. Yeah.
Actually, my copy of Santa Sickest, whatever the fuck it's called, just shipped today. So I'm gonna be rocking.
And No Malone too.
That ain't out yet, is it?
No. But yeah, that's gonna do
it. They
made
a No Malone 2 Lost in New York already.
No, it can't be in New York. It has to be somewhere else.
They're gonna bring it right to Canada, make it in Toronto or something like that.
Newark, New Jersey.
Yeah.
No Malone 2 Lost in Newark.
Lost in New York. JB, do you have any more releases?
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's going to conclude it for the releases this week. Very, very slow week. A couple good ones, but nothing too major. But like I said, it's come to a screeching halt for releases this year. But The Strange Color of Your Body, and that one really does look awesome. So definitely check that one out.
Mm-hmm. But that film Extent you talked about, or that series? I'm getting conflicting release dates here. One place is saying this week, and another place is saying next week.
Ah, fuckers.
Well, right.
So so I guess we got a few questions. So we'll get into the Q&A part of the show here.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to get into the Q&A portion of the show. JP, I think we have a voicemail.
Yeah, we actually.
We're going to start with.
Yeah, we have 2 this week actually.
Oh, we got 2. Nice.
Yeah.
People calling in.
Now, I thought we had 4. But it turns out, and this is actually pretty important, I should have found this out earlier, our voicemail line only lasts 3 minutes. So
oh, fuck's sake.
You have to talk and tell us what you're going to tell us in 3 minutes. I was looking for a solution to that. Maybe if I find another system to set up the voicemail, which means the number would change and stuff like that, I might be able to do something about that. But for right now, make sure your voicemails are 3 minutes or shorter, unless you want to call in and leave a second one like one caller did, because I can edit them together. It's not very hard at all. Yeah. So just, do that if you feel like it. So the first voicemail we actually have is from our good pal Brandon. And he called in last week, I believe, or the last show. Yeah. And it was funny because his first voicemail was going so good. He was killing it again, right? Because we talked about how good this guy was at talking and stuff like that. And then it just cuts out, and I'm like, what the hell happened? I guess he was at work and his boss walked in. So, dude, don't get fired on account of us, you know? But I think that's awesome that, he's at work and he's, leaving us voicemails and shit. And then the second voicemail actually got cut off because he was talking over 3 minutes, so he called again for a third time. So
I can just see this right now. His boss is he's like, yo, Brandon, go take out the garbage. And he's like, yeah, no problem. He's like, oh, wait a minute, I gotta go fucking leave a voicemail for the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast.
Yeah, and it's funny because you could tell the interruption totally threw him off, because the second time he wasn't hitting it as good. But it's still a great voicemail, dude. Thank you for sending this in. I actually like listening to what you had to say about it too. So we're gonna play that in a couple seconds here.
Hey guys, it's Brandon calling in. Sorry sorry about that old message. Disregarded the first message because my boss walked in. I'm calling from work. And, had to hang up. I didn't want him to hear me on the phone calling into the podcast. He goes, "Is this what I pay you for?" But anyways, this week's top 5. And like I said, I was going to do Christmas-themed horror films, but I feel like we do enough talking about them, and they're all great, so we probably all have similar top 5s. And me being Jewish, I want to see a
walk into the group
themed horror film. Like I said in my previous message, Menorah Massacre 8. 8 lights, 8 nights of terror. That needs to be done. Let me know what you think, Jeremy. Okay, so top 5 for this week is based on New Year's tradition of watching the Twilight Zone marathon. And so, before I start my top 5, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give out honorable mentions to 4 different episodes. And then I'll get into the original top 5.
Yeah, he's going to get fired.
Okay, so my honorable mentions for this week for Twilight Zone are Season 1, Episodes 2, one for the Angels, about a pitchman, Ed Wynn, and him having to pitch he's a salesman who has to make one final pitch for death in exchange for his life.
It's a great episode.
Episode 5 of Game of Pool with Jack Klugman and Jonathan Winters. Season 3, Episode 14, 5 characters in search of an exit, which has a great look to it. It looks like Fellini directed this episode. And Season 5, Episode 6, The Living Doll. Okay, Now my official top 5 Twilight Zone episodes, and these are kind of all interchangeable with the exception of my number 1. But at number 5, Season 2, Episode 29, The Obsolete Man. This one stars Burgess Meredith, and it's in a future totalitarian society, a librarian is declared obsolete and sentenced to death. I'm just giving a brief synopsis because I don't want to spoil anything. At number 4 is Season 2, Episode 6, Eye of the Beholder. And I will read the description for that one. A young woman lying in a hospital bed, her head wrapped in bandages, awaits the outcome of a surgical procedure performed by the state in a last-ditch attempt to make her look normal. Awesome episode. My number 3 episode is from Season 1. It's Episode 8, and it also stars Burgess Meredith. It's called Time Enough at Last. Brandon again, I can't believe I got cut off. I guess I'm leaving too long a message, but let me jump right back in. Number 3, Season 1, Episode 8, Time Enough at Last, with Burgess Meredith. A henpecked book lover finds himself blissfully alone with his books after a nuclear war.
I like that.
Awesome episode. Number 2, also from Season 1, Episode 30, A Stop at Willoughby. Tired of his miserable job and life, a businessman starts dreaming on the train each night about an old, idyllic town called Willoughby. Soon he has to know whether the town is real and fancies the thought of seeking refuge there. And my number 1 episode is actually probably the nicest episode of The Twilight Zone, and it's Season 3's finale, and it's called The Changing of the Guard, and it stars, Donald Pleasance, the awesome Donald Pleasance. After being forced to retire, Professor Fowler contemplates suicide when he doesn't feel he has made a difference in the world. That night he has an experience that shows him that he is wrong. It's probably the nicest episode of all 156, and I revisit it often, especially since I own the series and have access to it on Netflix also. So there you go. Be interested to hear what you guys say. You could probably pick any 5 of the 156, and it'd be okay, because the whole series is awesome. So keep up the good work, and I'll talk to you guys next week. Take care.
Man, really, really great choices. This got to be like the hardest top 5 list ever to make. So fucking hard. Didn't we talk about this one time, JP, about making, your top 10 Tales from the Crypt episodes? And we're like, it's fucking so hard to do. Twilight Zone for me is very much the same. I don't even know how I could break it down. There's so many episodes. What do you say? There's 156 in the original series?
Yeah.
I think so.
Wow, man. I've watched watched them numerous times. Wow.
I need to get
where
the
to
show,
start.
man. Like, I need to get into it.
Yeah,
Like,
I've been
some of his
looking at-
descriptions were like, oh, that sounds fucking badass. I need to
Dude,
watch
No,
that.
Twilight
show-
Zone has some of the best like simple synopsises ever, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they work so well. They're always executed so perfectly. That show was a little ahead of its time, though, man, with some of the scenarios. And
And
it's
just-
so good.
It really like ahead of its time. Like you're right. Like some of the scenarios were like really advanced for when it came out and stuff. But also this reminds me of like just the age of imagination. Like just where people were so creative with like their scripts and stuff. Where it just seemed like some of these scripts for the Twilight Zone, man, are just like you just do not see like, and most of them have like twists and shit, right? So it's like, it's like you just don't see that kind of storytelling anymore, especially on like a week to week basis on like a TV series. But I really, because I'm not that familiar with them. Like I only seen like 3 of the like 9 episodes that he mentioned there. But I really just need to grab that like one of the box sets, whether it's the Blu-ray one or the DVD definitive collection.
Yeah.
I want to get the Blu-ray sets, but they're fucking expensive.
Well, I think they were about 120-ish for all of them recently.
Oh,
over
that's
Black
not too
Friday.
bad.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good fucking deal, man.
Yeah,
for the
because they were like
Blu-rays.
$3 when they came out.
Yeah, crazy.
Fucking CBS, man. Their shit's always expensive.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think with this voicemail and the question and stuff was kind of a last minute thing before the show. Unfortunately, I'm not really going to be able to answer it this week. I can definitely do it next week, though. JP's fault, really.
All right, so actually, yeah, it was my fault because Moodz likes to stew over these questions like all week at work and stuff. That's why his answers are usually the best. And mine and Jeremy's are like thrown together really fast.
Yeah.
I just honestly like to really answer the question to the best of my ability. And, you know, if I listen to the cast back and I'm like, that wasn't fucking cool. That's not right. You know, so yeah, I like to, kind of work it out. But yeah, that's a really, really hard question, top 5 episodes, because there's so many good ones. I mean, I can honestly say that there's really no shitty episodes in the original series at all.
Yeah.
I never watched an episode and went, wow, that was pretty lame. Like, it never happened, I think maybe there's like 1 or 2 in Tales from the Crypt that I was like, it's not really that great. But that's a pretty good run too, because they had 6 seasons and a lot of episodes. So, I mean, was there any for you, JP, with Tales from the Crypt?
Oh, Tales from the Crypt?
Yeah.
Any that I love or what?
No, that you didn't like.
There's a handful that I feel like get a little dry in Tales from the Crypt towards the end, later seasons. The first couple seasons are really, really solid, but some of the later episodes do get a little bit watered down.
I think there's a couple episodes actually in the 6th season that I don't really care for. When they moved the show to the UK.
Yeah.
And there's a couple episodes in that season that I'm not really too fond of. I think they're actually kind of bad.
I love the finale though, the final episode of Tales from the Crypt.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 little pigs.
Yeah, it's good.
It's just something different that you didn't really expect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Twilight Zone, I mean, there's so many. You know what? One of my favorite episodes of the Twilight Zone is, and the only reason it's one of my favorites, probably 1, it's a good episode, but 2, I've seen it so many times, and it's the one where the guy finds the like bum guy finds that bag full of like toys, and it's like Christmas, and he keeps like giving them out and shit, and like nobody believes it. Like they think he's stealing them because he's like a bum.
Mm.
Like I just like that episode for some reason. It's like real like warm feeling. It's like perfect for like Christmas time. And
I
shit.
love the episode where the old guy tries to be young.
Of Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah.
Oh, I was talking about Twilight Zone, but I do like
sorry.
that episode. William Hickey. I think Schwarzenegger opens that one.
Yeah.
Is that the one that he directs?
I think he does direct.
Yeah,
it.
I think
he like directs that episode. That's so bizarre.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oddly enough, with this question this week, about the original Twilight Zone, I've been watching the 80s series still. I've been kind of working my way through it and stuff, and it's pretty decent, man. There's some good episodes in there. So.
Over Black Friday, the 80s series, the complete series was like $22 on Amazon. I didn't get for it.
That's good, man. That's good. I actually, because I've talked about this before, like the packaging on it. I went out and grabbed 2, DVD cases, the 6 holder.
Yeah.
However you want to fucking call them. And they fit perfectly into the box set. So I no longer have them stacked up on each other. They're in like 2 different cases with 6. So
That's sweet.
it's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
It worked out great, man. It's fucking gnarly. But there's 13 discs, so I just put one of them into a sleeve and shut it up. But, they're not stacked, man. It's awesome. It feels more solid now. It's great.
Yeah. But Brandon, definitely keep leaving voicemails. I know you had a tough one this go, but we really do enjoy them, and I love your feedback. I actually look forward to your voicemails now, so definitely keep that up on me. So the next voicemail here, I can't remember the name of the person, but I'm sure he states it. It's the first time caller, and well, let's just listen to it.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Chris. I'm a big fan of yours. Thought episode 33 was awesome, even though the Warlock movie's completely horrible. So yeah, great episode. My question for you, guys, this week, it isn't a horror movie question per se, but it is quite a horrific question, so I thought it would fit well. Anyway, this is kind of a gun to your head type situation. Gotta choose one. No options. Here we go. Would you rather fuck a beautiful woman in your mother's body or your mother's personality in a beautiful woman's body? Gotta be one or the other. Keep up the good work, guys. Looking forward to hearing your answers.
Okay, guys, I got a story about this question.
Moods, my answer.
Oh my god,
Okay.
I love it.
Listen to this shit, dude. Okay, so I'm riding home. I got this voicemail. I just came in. I got an email, so I downloaded it to my phone, and I was talking to. It just so happened that I was talking to my papa about the podcast. I was like, "Yeah, man, this shows we're doing is really cool. A lot of people seem to enjoy it and stuff." And of course, he doesn't really know what it is. I just tell him it's kind of like a radio show.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, actually, you know what? People call in and stuff, and I was like, somebody actually just left a voicemail. So I'm like, let's check it out. And I played that, and it made me look like an ass. Once he started going, it was I was in too deep, and I was like, oh my god, this is the worst voicemail to play right now.
Oh, that's
My
awesome.
grandpa. It's funny. He's like, what the fuck is that boy talking about? And I was like, no. Okay, so I'll answer first. This is a terrible question. I literally want to gag when I think of this question, but I'm just gonna say both, because either way, it's terrible and it's gonna suck. So I'll just do it both.
I got to go with B, man.
Yeah, me too.
The personality thing.
Yeah.
The personality. Just the option A to me would just I couldn't fuck, man. It would be
Couldn't get
pretty,
it up.
It would be pretty soft, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe that would be
happen.
better, right?
Well, it could be. I guess it depends. I mean, honestly, but he said gun to your head, you have to choose one, no options. So I got to go with B.
Yeah.
No question.
Me too.
Yeah, I'll just do it both. I mean, that has to be worse, right?
Wow, that was unexpected, that question.
I figure I'm screwed either way, man. So instead of picking one and feeling like an idiot and wishing I picked the other one, I'm just going to pick them both. Terrible voicemail. I'm just fucking around. Go ahead and send in more. That's fucking crazy. But it really was awkward as hell. Just saying.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, that's it for the voicemails.
Alrighty, so we do have some questions.
Quite a few, actually.
Yeah, there's a little bit of questions here this week. Not as many as last show, but there's still a few here. I got one here from Zach. He asked us what our top 5 African American. I was actually quite impressed that Zach actually wrote, the politically correct.
I thought he wrote black.
No, he did not write black. He wrote African American characters.
All black people aren't from Africa,
I actually started
right?
laughing. What?
All black people aren't from African descent.
No,
Yeah.
I've had this conversation with I have a black buddy, and he hates the term African American.
So do I.
Because he's Canadian, right? And he's like, well, what the fuck? He's like, I hate when people call me an African American. He's like, I have nothing against Americans, but I'm not American. It's almost derogatory.
Yeah.
It's like you're calling someone something else. He's like, I'm African Canadian, I guess. And I'm like, you know what? That's a good point. And I'm like, if you're from Germany, you're like African German. I don't know. But I mean, the term is, let's not really get into this, but it was more the fact that Zach actually used the term African American and made me laugh.
Maybe we need to bring up a new term in the dictionary, African Canadian.
I guess
I'm just going to go with black, to be honest. I don't see it as offensive, and I don't think...
No, and it's not. Like, even according to my buddy, he doesn't get offended when people call him black. It's like, it is what it is. It's like, I don't get offended when, but, I actually even wrote down top 5 black characters on my list here.
I just wrote top 5.
Sorry if I'm offending anybody out there. I don't mean to, but it was definitely shorter to write. I'm
like one of the least racist people that I've ever met. So I mean,
well, dude, you're Mexican. We have a Jew, and then
Moodz.
Yeah.
So, and I'm the
Moodz is a race of its own.
Exactly. Yep. There you go. So top 5 African American / black characters.
Yeah,
I thought
you know what sucks is I started doing actors at first because I thought he said actors, so I had to go redo all these. So I didn't have as much time as I wanted to, but
I got some good ones.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Number 5. These aren't really in order. Maybe they're like top 3. Or number 5 is Benny from Texas Chainsaw 3. Of course, Ken Foree, awesome. He's just so likable in that film. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Number 4, Fool, man, good old Fool from People Under the Stairs. That's an awesome kid right there.
Yeah.
I also like his sister a lot, too. She was in Elm Street 5. Number 3, Candyman himself, Mr. Tony Todd.
Nice.
As Candyman. Number 2 is Creighton Duke. A lot of people don't like Creighton Duke. I think he is the shit. He's the best part of Jason Goes to Hell, pretty much. He's like, I don't think so. And he's just badass, and he has a presence, and he's breaking motherfuckers' fingers. And he's just
not a bad
badass,
choice,
dude. I love Creighton Duke. And number 1, of course, is probably the most damn coolest character in the entire series. He's also just I love this dude, and it's such a shame that he was not in more films. That's Kincaid from Elm Street 3.
We have fucking that's so awesome. I'll go next here. I don't have these in order at all, but I'll just read from top to bottom. Number 5 is Ving Rhames' character, Leroy from People Under the Stairs.
That's a good character.
Yeah. So
I thought, but
yeah.
I thought Leroy was cool. Number 4, I've got Ben, of course, played by Dwayne Jones from Night of the Living Dead. You got to have Ben in there, man. He's so memorable. He's one of the most memorable characters ever. Yeah. Number 3, I have Tony Todd's character, Daniel Robitaille, of course, a.k.a. Candyman from Candyman. Yeah. Number 2, we have Ken Foree's character, Peter from Dawn of the Dead. I love Peter. He's fantastic. And, of course, number 1, I also have Ken Sagoes, also known as Kincaid from Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 Dream Warriors. Kincaid is the shit.
I agree, man. He is the shit, dude. He's like literally one of my favorite characters of all time. Not just black.
No, he's so much fucking fun, man. It sucks so bad that when he dies in Part 4, isn't it so depressing?
Yeah. It is. But
you're just like, damn, it's Kincaid.
I forgot that he was in Part 4. That's how, I just said Part 3, but you're right. He's in Part 4 too. Now, I'm just going to, speculate here, but I'm feeling Jeremy's list isn't going to have any females either. So why no love to the women?
What, do you want me to have Brandy on there or something?
From I Know What You Did Last Summer?
Yeah.
That's the only one I thought of. Seriously. I was like, I was sitting there thinking, and I'm like, maybe I should, make some girls on this list.
What about Aaliyah from Queen of the Damned?
I don't like that movie.
Yeah, I don't like that movie either.
My next?
Yep.
All right. Number 5, I have Keith David from The Thing.
That's a great pick. I considered him.
Yeah.
Dude, I totally didn't even think of that. Good choice.
Yeah, I like that guy. Also from They Live.
Yep. Number 4, Dwayne Jones, of course, from Night of the Living Dead. Number 3, Brandon Adams from People Under the Stairs. Number 2, Ken Foree from Dawn of the Dead. And number 1, Tony Todd.
Holy shit, are fucking
I
almost
guess
the exact
we
same.
make our black actors about the same.
Yep.
That's interesting. Wow.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Texas Battle from Wrong Turn too. Also, I like that dude. His name's Texas Battle in real life.
Texas, man. Seriously, that's too good. That's too awesome.
Yeah.
So, what's the next question we got up here?
We got.
But wait, JP, you forgot your favorite African American character. How can you forget Trey Songz? Come on. Trey Songz is awesome.
Good lord.
Trey Songz is actually quarter black, so he doesn't.
Oh no, we could say you forgot your favorite character too, Jeremy. Buster Rhymes from Resurrection.
Oh my god. Busta Rhymes is actually white.
Postmaster P, man.
I could have said the entire cast of Tales from the Hood.
Dude, all those guys are awesome. He's like,
I
hey,
know,
me
man.
fries and beans.
I love the Undertaker, whatever you want to call him.
Just ride him shit's right the first time.
The funeral director.
I always loved that line so much. But so yeah, top 5 films, horror films that represent the 80s the best for you.
Oh yeah.
Interesting question. Wow, there's just so many. There's so many. This was actually kind of a hard question, but the way I did this one, I try not to overthink this one because I would have been stuck with this one all day. You know me, overthinking things. So number 5, I went with The Stuff. I don't know, something about this movie just like screams the 80s to me. I don't know. Number 4, I had to throw one of these in there because this is like so fucking 80s, and anything shot on video from back in the day, and that's Video Violence. Man, like really synthy score, just video shops, shot on video, big hair, shitty tight jeans. It's so fucking 80s. And then on the flip side, we've got number 3, we've got The Lost Boys. Again, with that really ridiculous 80s soundtrack and just so 80s overdone fashion, you know how it is. And then number 2, we got Fright Night. Again,
that's a great pick.
That one just totally seems, I don't know, the 80s to me. And I've talked about this many times in the past. My number 1, I think this is like the ultimate 80s flick, man. It's just so fucking 80s, and that's Killer Party. From the soundtrack to the characters to everything, the way everything is executed in this film, it's fucking so 80s, but very memorable. So, yeah.
All right.
Top 5 80s.
I actually have a couple of the ones that you picked as well. I have The Lost Boys. 100% agree on that one. I have Fright Night. Return of the Living Dead.
Yep.
Elm Street 4. I think Elm Street 4 is like the most 80s Elm Street film.
Yeah.
It really is 80s to me. And then,
Elm Street 4 came out in, 88, right? I think it was in 88. So, like,
so.
we're at the later 80s. Most of the films that are, like, 85 and above are just, like, the 80s hadn't really established itself fully until, like, they're, kind of almost like the mid. Some of the early 80 films, they still kind of feel like the 70s.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But, yeah.
And the last one, I can't really remember this film too well, but I want to say that when I watched this film, I was like blown away at like how 80s it felt, and that's like the only thing I really remember about it, and it's 976 Evil 2.
Wow. Interesting.
My next?
Yep.
Okay, number 5, I have Gremlins. I mean, how could you not have Gremlins? It's so very mid-80s.
I think anything with Corey Feldman's like automatically 80s approved.
Yeah. Number 4, of course, Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
I'm glad I left that off the list. We all three would have had it there.
Yeah.
I actually took it off and put the stuff in there just because.
Number 3, I have The Lost Boys also.
Yep.
Number 2, Terror Vision. I mean, it's 80s. It's awesome.
God.
Yeah.
I actually thought about putting that on my list too.
And number 1, the most 80s film, Maximum Overdrive.
That is pretty damn 80s.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Listen,
80s.
man. Does that mean that The Lost Boys is the most 80s film of all time?
You know, yeah. I mean, according to us, it definitely is. Yeah. I mean, if I had not taken Return of the Living Dead off, you know,
yeah,
that could have been up there too. But
yeah. So next up we have top 5 most watched films. Now this is like probably in your collection or whatever, the film that you've probably seen the most times out of everything. Yeah. Guess I'll go first on this one. These are in no order. Elm Street 3, because I literally pop it in like all the time. I love that film. Elm Street 4, just simply for the fact that I could not stop watching it as a kid. I had it on VHS. It's the only one I owned. And I just watched it over and over again. Return of the Living Dead, this is another one. I literally pop this in like once a month. The next one is Texas Chainsaw, of course. My favorite film ever. I've watched it so many times. And this one is actually the film that I've probably watched more than any film ever in the horror genre, and that is Scream, oddly enough.
I saw that one.
It played so much in the 90s, and there was actually a summer where me and my cousin would stay up all night and put it on like right before we would go to bed at like 6 a.m. every day for the entire summer. Like I watched Scream like every day for an entire summer.
Ah, you poor bastard. Yeah. Jesus.
Scream is an amazing film. 10 out of 10 probably.
Top 5 most watched films. I didn't, honestly, there's so many that I do watch a lot, but yeah, these are also in no order. Recently, ever since Scream Factory put out the TerrorVision Video Dead fucking double feature, man, I've watched TerrorVision, I swear, like 100 times. So I have to throw TerrorVision in there, man. I watch that shit all the fucking time. Next up here, we got Return of the Living Dead. I know JP can vouch for me on that one. I would watch that like every time we were talking on, Skype or whatnot or whatever the fuck we were doing.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing.
I'd always be watching Return of the Living Dead. Next up, of course, JP had this one on there. I knew he would, but that's Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, Dream Warriors, another film that I will just pop in all the fucking time. I love Dream Warriors with a passion. Next up, we've got Dawn of the Dead, another film.
I don't know how the hell you watch that film all the time.
I know, it's so funny.
Like, I like the film. It's a fantastic, amazing film. But it's so damn long. I couldn't see watching it like a lot.
I know, I do, and that's exactly what surprises me too. Because generally, I won't watch films that are that long like all the time. But there's something about Dawn of the Dead I find so intriguing, and I don't know, man. I love everything about it. And probably my most watched film that I can possibly think of is American Psycho.
Wow.
I seriously used to watch this movie fucking
That's a surprising choice.
Every weekend, man. I know this movie like word for word. It's just so crazy, man. I remember writing a paper on this movie, and it's so intriguing when you actually, write about it. And this would be a good one for you, Jeremy. I'm surprised you guys don't do this one.
What movie?
American Psycho.
Oh, yeah.
Is it like...
There's so much to talk about it. It's such an interesting film, but...
Didn't a female direct that one?
Yes.
That's interesting. It's by itself.
But the whole film is it's filled with so much goodness, and I don't know, man. It's the dialogue that gets me, though. Like, in Kristen Bale's fucking performance, it sells me every single time. It sells me every time, and I love the way it looks. It's fantastic. It's a great film to throw on, late at night and just kind of stare. I love it.
My next?
Yep.
All right, number 5, I have House of the Devil.
Really?
Yeah, man. House of the Devil is fucking awesome. I probably watched that movie like 8 or 9 times.
It's so slow to watch all the time, though.
Not all the time, but I've watched
Nothing
it like
happens.
9 or 10 times at least.
Honestly, these ones that I've listed, I've probably watched like near like...
Yeah, but I don't have the span to watch movies like a million times like you and Moodz. I'd rather spend my time watching something I haven't seen. Number 4, I have Return of the Living Dead. Number 3, Gutterballs, which we will discuss later on today. Number 2, Hobo with a Shotgun, which I've talked a whole bunch of times. I've watched that movie all the time. And number 1, Gummo. I'm just kidding. Child's Play.
Yeah, Child's Play.
Gummo.
Now, what's funny is I think 3 out of the films you just picked we've covered on the show.
Yeah.
So You really like them.
That's interesting. Yeah, House of the Devil was a surprising choice. Wow. I would watch that movie probably more if the fucking ending wasn't disappointing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, next up is favorite underwater horror film. Mine is the only one that I've seen, and that's Leviathan.
I just wrote down like movies that take place in the water.
It's underwater specifically, though.
Oh, well, fuck, I don't have anything then.
You haven't seen Leviathan?
Nah.
Leviathan's solid, dude. Check it out.
I was going to say The Wrath from Creepshow 2.
Moodz?
So, well, fuck, man. Favorite underwater horror film? I wrote Leviathan, hands down. I love Leviathan. I even talked about it on the fucking podcast.
I believe you gave it like a 9 out of 10 or something.
Dude, I love Leviathan, man. There's something about that movie that it works for me, man. It's great.
Yeah.
Awesome fucking
I love
flick.
Daniel Stern.
Yeah, Daniel Stern's awesome in it.
Yeah.
But cool stuff.
All right. So somebody asked Moodz, since I own Doomsday County, Blood Junkie, Redneck Zombies, and Poultrygeist, I was wondering what 5 other trauma films I should check out.
Well, I mean, I had to go with, list off a couple of the obvious ones. You got to check out the Toxic Avenger. That's the underground film. The Toxic Avenger. Of course, you got to check out that, man.
I got one.
If you've never seen it.
I recommend There's Nothing Out There or something. Whatever it's called.
Why do you let him finish his fucking list first, JP?
Why don't you?
The one that JP is talking about is good. It's a good film. Next up, of course, Class of Nukem High. You have to see Class of Nukem High. It's fucking amazing. And then going to the newer version, it's kind of remake, but not really.
Yeah, how was that movie not on your list for most watched?
I know, right? I watched this movie like 7 times in 1 week, but that is Return to Nukem High from 2014, the first part of it. Got to check it out if you've never seen it, man. It's fucking awesome, and the Blu-ray looks like stunning. It's crazy good quality. Another trauma classic, in my opinion, is Terror Firmer. That fucking movie is so funny. You have to check it out. It's classic. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculously fun. And I threw in an oldie but a classic, and that is The Children. Got to check out The Children.
You do not have Screenplay on there, man.
Screenplay's a great one too, man.
Screenplay's fucking awesome.
Screenplay's a great trauma release. There's actually quite a few. But I wanted to since the ones that you mentioned, you gotta check out the the most obvious ones too.
Screenplay's really Ed Woody, so if you like Ed Wood, you'll probably like Screenplay.
Yeah, Screenplay is an interesting film.
It's awesome.
Love the sets in that film.
Yeah, it's awesome. Amazing. They're amazing.
Yeah. But yeah,
the guy's only movie too, which is funny.
Yeah, that is odd. Very odd.
JP, what are your top 5 Italian horror films you haven't seen but want to? So I kind of cheated a little bit on this one. I'm kind of, as you guys know, I'm really lacking in this area of horror. So what I'm doing now, I'm slowly trying to pick up Argento's entire filmography, and then I want to get as many Fulcis as possible. I figure I'll start there. A couple other ones that I want to see though is Cemetery Man, Demons, and Cannibal Holocaust. Those are the 3 big ones.
Man, I can't believe you've never seen Cannibal Holocaust.
I know, right?
That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Cemetery Man, oh, dude, amazing. And Demons, of course, is in my top 10 of all time.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, crazy.
Yeah, then he asked Jeremy top 5 giant monster films you want to see. Can either be Japanese or American.
This is hard because I don't watch monster movies. I'm not a monster movie person. So I just wrote down 2. I've never seen Cloverfield, and I should probably watch it because I know JP talks about it quite frequently sometimes. So I should probably check out Cloverfield sooner or later. And I have Destroy All Humans, which I hear everyone talking about also, which being a really interesting one. That's it.
Cool.
I think that's all of them.
Yep. That's everything.
That's all the questions?
Yep.
Alrighty. Yeah. So the Q&As. Well, thank you, peoples, for asking the questions. We love the questions. Always super fun to answer and stuff like that. I did have a little topic to discuss here. I was watching a recent video on YouTube, and it just kind of got me thinking what your guys' thoughts were on, the idea of DVD being completely obsolete now, and, Blu-ray being the in thing, and then, of course, next being the 4K, format and stuff like that. Like, what are your guys' thoughts? Do you guys believe that DVD is actually obsolete now, and that Blu-ray is completely taken over, and that DVD is kind of worthless, and, and then 4K is going to take over Blu-ray? Like, what are your guys' thoughts on this? Because personally, I honestly believe that DVD is not dead at all.
No, me neither.
I think there's a lot of companies out there that release stuff on DVD and it sells well, and there's obviously Blu-ray, but I think they're living in this this world of media, and they're coinciding very well together. I don't think DVD is obsolete at all. So what are your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think DVDs are going to be going anywhere anytime soon. Like, I think people still mostly watch movies on DVD over Blu-ray. Like, I think most of the population still have DVDs.
Yeah.
I'll keep buying DVDs. A lot of stuff that comes out on DVD isn't even on Blu-ray. Like, there's a hell of a lot more DVDs than there are Blu-rays.
This is kind of where my argument was going, is that, for people that basically say, they're done with the DVDs and they're fucking, they're all about Blu-ray now, which is fine. If that's the way you want to be, that's totally cool. But my argument is that, a lot of people have problems with limited edition Blu-rays and DVDs and stuff like that. I think it's kind of the same thing. You're just you're limiting yourself in what you can see now. If you're willing to only buy Blu-ray, there's a lot of movies out there that are only strictly released on DVD, and probably won't get Blu-ray releases, in the future and stuff. So basically what you're doing is you're limiting yourself on the films that you're going to be seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, I think more titles get released on DVD than they do on Blu-ray.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Especially with the obscure stuff. So if you're strictly in pro Blu-ray now, you're basically saying to yourself, well, here's a film, fucking whatever the hell it is, Naked You Die, Italian fucking giallo. You're never gonna see that or pick that up because it's only on DVD. It's crazy to me, man. I can't go one way or the other, man. For me, it's all about the film. It's not about DVD or Blu-ray. It's about the fucking movie in question, right? So. I don't know, man.
I don't see him going away anytime soon.
No, either do I. And I have no problem with people that are just, pro Blu-ray, and say fuck DVD, whatever, if that's what you want to do. But I find it interesting that there is actually quite a few people out there that are saying, DVD is basically going to be out pretty much soon. No way. No, I don't think so at all.
Absolutely not.
No, I mean, there's a reason why these companies are still releasing stuff on DVD and Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Because the DVDs are obviously selling just as good as the Blu-rays, if not better. Right? I mean, if you're all about quality, then it makes sense just to go strictly Blu-ray. If you want the highest resolution, you want the best quality picture, that's cool, man. Go with the fucking Blu-ray. But you have to look at the realm of film. It's like there's so many movies out there that you're never going to see now because you're kind of being snobbish towards DVD and just going for Blu-ray.
Yeah, totally.
And it sucks, man. There's a lot of indie films out there and stuff that are probably not going to get Blu-ray releases anytime soon, or if ever. And I don't know. I kind of feel sorry for those people, man. It's like, I'm not going to fucking buy Found or check out Found because, it's not on Blu-ray.
A lot of movies aren't on Blu-ray.
There's so many movies, especially older films, man. And that's my thing, man. I love older Italian films, and so many films that I buy on a daily basis. Like, I just got a package today in the mail. There was I had 15 movies in there. 15 fucking film package. One was Blu-ray. I had one Blu-ray in there.
Blu-rays are expensive too. It's like, not people are not going to be spending money on Blu-rays like that.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. And I think that's the reason why DVD does stick around like how it does, because, DVDs are cheaper, Blu-ray's a little more expensive. I think JP made the argument one time that, if Blu-ray did drop its price to like DVD level,
yeah,
I think the DVD sales will obviously go down.
but it's not economical. They won't
But
make
it's not
money
gonna
if
happen.
they won't make money if they lower it.
Exactly, that's the thing. It's never going to happen. You're never going to see, Blu-ray prices on brand new releases the same price as DVDs. It's never going to fucking happen. Right, maybe down the road you can get these things in the dump bins or whatever, but it's never going to happen right away. It's just not going to happen. So
No.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on it, JP?
Well, first of all, let's cite the video. That's Emperor Corndog, so people can understand what he was saying if they want to check out that video. Two,
Well, I wasn't specifically attacking that video at all. I was talking.
I understand.
I was generalizing too. I was
But
using
I
the
seen
video
that
as a
video
reference
too.
Yeah. But I'm just okay. Go ahead.
No, I mean, you was. I'm just saying, like we've heard this before, but it recently got brought up with that video.
Yeah.
So my thing is, like, you look in Redbox, all right? You go through the Redbox listings, like, there might be 3, 4, 5 Blu-rays. The rest are DVDs. It's what people are buying. It's actually a silly argument that they're obsolete. I think personally, because they're obviously not. Listen, 70 to 80% of all DVD sales come from Walmart. Let me ask Jeremy, is your Blu-ray section bigger in Walmart?
Hell no.
Or is it the DVD section?
My DVD section's probably
I think most people
1,200 DVDs to 400 Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Moodz, yours too? DVDs or more?
Oh man, it's like 80% DVDs and the rest are Blu-rays. It's crazy.
Yeah, listen, like, literally, that's a real statistic. Look it up. 70 to 80% of all, depending on the year, of all DVD and Blu-ray sales come from Walmart.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. So, also, film, like, I believe he even mentioned in the video that IFC Midnight, most of their shit is DVD that they put out. They release fantastic films. You're missing out. I mean, if somebody wants to only collect Blu-rays, that's fine. But I'm just saying they're not obsolete. DVDs are not obsolete. You said it. The price. If Blu-ray, if the companies really got together and lowered their price to equal DVDs, that's the only way DVDs will go away. Unless a new format comes out to replace Blu-ray and DVD. But this ain't the VHS days anymore, right? Just because only one format could survive before doesn't mean that it's like that now, because it's kind of the same format almost, right? It's still disc. It's still the same type of players. A Blu-ray, they're backwards compatible. DVD players were not backwards compatible to VHS. That's why VHS died. And honestly, it's a big difference from VHS to DVD.
Yeah.
Not so big from DVD to Blu-ray. DVDs will be alive as long as Blu-rays are here. Once the next thing comes out, then maybe DVDs will go away and Blu-ray, and the new thing will be out. Maybe digital, whatever it is. That would suck. But for right now, I do not see DVDs going anywhere as long as Blu-rays are around.
It's never going to go straight digital, man. There's no fucking way. There's still a market for physical media and stuff like that. There is a lot of collectors out there that are willing to, buy physical media and stuff. I mean, we all know the average person is fine with digital. They're fine with, VOD and, stuff like that. That's cool. But there is a lot of us that do, like physical media and, like to collect it and stuff. And I think that's what a true collector is. But coming back to the DVD and Blu-ray argument, like I said, though, I mean, it ultimately comes down to the movie, the film in question. I just have a hard time with, okay, I'm not going to pick up that movie, even though I really like it, or I really want to see it because it's only on DVD. I can't ever even bring myself to being like, no, I'm not going to grab that shit, man, because it's only on DVD. I want Blu-ray. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if there's a film that I really want to see, but I feel like it's going to get a Blu-ray release, it's only on DVD right now, I'll hold off on that film, but I'm waiting for a Blu-ray release. Now, it's different to pick up like a film that like Dead End or something. Like Dead End's probably not. It's probably like the last film on whoever owns its mind to release on Blu-ray right now. You know what I mean? So grab that on DVD. I think there's a difference between DVD collectors and cinema lovers, because I want to see as much as possible on any format. If it's on VHS and it's never been on DVD or Blu-ray and I see it very, very cheap, I will pick that up because I want to see.
What's my favorite format, man? Like, come on, my favorite
Laserdisc.
format is a format that's been obsolete for
and this is what
14 years now. It's like, come on. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's not awesome.
Exactly. And this is what I did recently too, man. I picked up a VHS of The Kindred. You know, it doesn't have an official DVD release or Blu-ray, obviously. So I grabbed the VHS. It was cheap, so I grabbed one. I'm like, fuck, whatever. Same with the Supernaturals VHS.
I'm still rocking Tales from the Hood on VHS because the DVD's out of print, and until that gets a Blu-ray release, I'm gonna keep the VHS. But I mean, the main argument here is it's not even close to being obsolete. It's so far removed from it.
It's not. And like I said, man, you know, it's all about the films though, man. Like, I love my Italian cinema. There's so many fucking Italian films that will never see the light of fucking Blu-ray. So, I mean, if I was just be like, you know, fuck DVD, I'm only Blu-ray, I'm never going to fucking have these films or see them. I mean, a perfect example, a film I just got yesterday in the mail called The Girl from Cortina. There's no way that film's ever, I mean, I shouldn't say there's no way, but chances are it's never going to see the light of Blu-ray. So if I was just being, you know, all about Blu-ray. Fucking Blu-ray, you know, I'm probably never going to see this or own this film, you know, and for me, it's about the movie. It's about the film and I like collecting DVDs and Blu-ray, and, you know, I'm not much of a Laserdisc collector because honestly, I mean, if I seen more around my area, I'd be totally cool with that.
Way too expensive.
Importing, yeah, I mean, honestly, fucking shipping, no, it just doesn't happen.
Even in the States, it costs like $6 to ship one disc.
Exactly, right? So up here, if I can't find them in the, you know, in the wild, it's not going to happen. VHS, I will purchase here and there if I find them and stuff. But it is about the movie, like I said with The Kindred, and it doesn't have an official release. So I fucking copped it on VHS, and you know what? I already watched it. I watched it on my fucking on my player. So. And it was awesome. I loved it, so it was great.
Yeah, I don't mind VHS. But the thing is, like, also, like, Jeremy collects Laserdiscs, but those are obsolete. They're out of date. Yeah. Now, that's he likes collecting them. And I feel like if you're gonna do specifically Blu-ray because you feel that DVD is obsolete, then you're not actually, like, there for the film. You're there for collecting.
Yeah, I agree.
At the end of the day, the film is what matters most to me. I'm a collector because I like it, but that's secondary. Like, honestly, if there was no DVDs or Blu-rays, it was all digital, I would still be watching all these films. It would be
boring as shit,
fun.
Though. Yeah.
But I mean, not with the films, but I just like collecting, but that's separate from actually liking films.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if it ever came to the point where everything was digital, I'm like, man, yeah, this fucking sucks donkey dick, but you know, I would definitely watch the movies still, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I can't be like, you know, fuck DVD, I'm only Blu-ray, or fuck Blu-ray, I'm only DVD, you know. It's like, why do that to yourself, man? It's about the film, you know. So if it is only available digitally, you know what? Fuck it, I'm going to check it out.
It's not Blood and Crips here, man. Like, this is like it's not like one or the other. You can have both.
I hope we never get to that.
It's like having a bisexual relationship, man. You have the best of both worlds.
I hope we never get to that instance where it's only digital, because that would seriously suck. I don't see it ever happening, but
yeah, man.
I don't know about ever, dude. Like,
maybe not
in our lifetime, but like, I don't even know if anything will be physical. And you know, there's technology to, you know, of course we don't even know. It's undiscovered yet. Who the hell knows what everything will be?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as long as it's not straight digital, I mean, I mean, really, like, you just have nothing to look forward to. It's like, hey guys, check out my movie collection. It's like this little fucking hard drive. It's not cool, man. It's not cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you guys have anything else on the, you know, the DVD?
Who the fuck cares? Do what you want.
Yeah, I mean, it's just for the sake of argument, right? Yeah. It's just for the sake of conversation. I mean, I mean, I stress my views on it. I love DVD. I love Blu-ray. I love VHS.
I love movies.
It's movies that really counts for me. So, but yeah, so I don't know. That it for that?
Yep. And everyone should buy Laserdisc because they're awesome.
Laserdisc they're big, but you can surprisingly get a lot. Laserdiscs are funny, man. They're just like vinyl, man. They're big, but you can surprisingly get those things. In a collection, they're weird. They're weird like that. They're not as bulky as you really think they are.
Yeah, they're real thin.
They're thin, but they're heavy as shit.
They are heavy as shit, man. So, alrighty, yeah. So, getting into the Corners report, courtesy of Rue Morgue, and that is the weird stats and morbid facts. This is coming from the September 2011 issue. Yeah, awesome. This one's rather old. What did I have here? So I thought this was actually kind of interesting about the 1962 The Haunting film. I don't know. There was some other cool ones on here, but I picked this one out. The famous effect of the bending door in the 1962 The Haunting was accomplished by constructing a matching prop door wholly made of rubber. That's totally awesome.
That is awesome.
Made a fucking rubber door. Yeah, I thought that was pretty neat.
You said The Haunting, right?
Yeah, The Haunting from 1962.
Yeah,
but it's
awesome.
actually a really good effect. If you've seen the film, it looks pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
A rubber door. Very cool. So that is going to conclude Mood Swings. And yeah. Alrighty now, so we're going to get into the what we watch portion of the show. Jeremy, do you want to start it off?
Sure. So, lazy me have really only watched the two French Extreme films I talked about early on in the show and one other film. But I guess I could talk about High Tension, my thoughts of it. We really didn't talk about if I liked it or not. All we talked about was analytical stuff. So High Tension is actually a pretty interesting film. I kind of like it, actually. I know some people really don't. And when I saw it in theaters, I saw it back in theaters when it came out. I had to fucking sit through the dubbed version, which is horrendously bad. The voice actors who they got to dub the film are really, really shitty. So that's already an unfortunate thing already that I watched it dubbed. I still haven't seen it undubbed. I had to get that Blu-ray so I could actually watch it in its native French. But I think the film's pretty cool. It has some awesome gore, especially even though the film isn't that gory. It has, the two main kills of the film with Alex's mother and the guy in the convenience store are actually really fucking awesome and really, really well done, like expected from any French extreme film. And next to The Hills Have Eyes, it's probably Alexander Aja's, best film, which is awesome considering it's his first film. But High Tension is really good. If you haven't seen it, check it out. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10, and that's from the year 2005.
I like the decapitation death in that film on the staircase.
High Tension's from
I forgot about that. 3?
Yeah.
I thought it was from 2005. Is it really 11 years old?
Isn't that crazy?
I thought it was
out
in 2005.
I remember watching that movie when it first came out. I remember I basically used to go to my my local video store that was closest to my place, and I would always pretty much just go to the foreign section to rent films. And that was one of the first ones I seen one day and grabbed it and fucking checked it out and just loved it.
Yeah, that decapitation scene is pretty awesome. You've never seen that before, where like somebody's head through the stairs and you just fucking rams it off. It's awesome.
Yeah, and it's with like a dresser, like one of those, I don't know,
huge ass dressers. It's
actually a cabinet dresser thing.
It's a pretty original kill, actually.
What was the original title to High Tension?
Hot Tension. Haute tension. So I guess hot means high in tension, and the translation is Switchblade Romance.
Yeah, I like the title Switchblade Romance.
Yeah, but he really doesn't use a switchblade.
But That's actually Alexander Aja's second film. He had a film from 1999, and I don't think it was a horror film, though.
Wasn't it a short?
No, he had a short from before that, but then
Yeah, I actually thought that he had a film before, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 mistakes in one review. Look how prepared I am.
That's
Awesome.
right.
What did you give that one? 7 out of 10?
7.5.
7.5 out of 10?
I'd probably come a little higher on High Tension.
Why? What do you give it, Moodz?
I would probably give it an 8. I really enjoy the film. I think it's one of those films that it gets made or, it either, you make or break for your,
That's why. It got released in 2005 here in the States.
Yeah, that makes
That's
sense.
why I got confused.
Okay. So, yeah, it's one of those films that's interesting because, it seems like the ending kind of makes or breaks it for everybody,
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this movie's great. And also the ending hits and like, oh, well, that's a fucking 5.5. But, to be honest, man, the first time I watched the film, I wasn't completely 100% sure, I'll be honest, what the hell happened in the end of the film. And I actually watched it again and I was like, okay, it's making a little more sense now. Because you got to pay attention to the beginning too, which really helps.
It's not even the beginning. It's literally like just one line of dialogue from like an early scene.
Yeah, you're right.
Easily missed.
Well,
Like, you can't.
I was chasing myself. That's pretty obvious.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, after rewatching it, I was like, wow, this does make a lot more
No,
sense. But
it's not even that though. That's not like the only thing.
I know, but that's like
no, there's definitely lots of hints throughout that film, what exactly is going on and stuff. But the first watch, I probably would have gave it like a 6.5, and the second, I was like easily an 8. I've seen the film probably 4 or 5 times since. I really enjoy it. I really like it. I think it's one of those films you do have to watch more than once if you're not sure about. Right. So I think upon multiple watches, I think your rating might go up. I'm not specifically telling you, Jeremy. I'm just telling the viewers.
Yeah.
But so 8, probably an 8 out of 10.
I actually did review this film a few months back on my YouTube channel, and I also did give it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I actually watched that review. I didn't remember what you gave it though, but really it was 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. What did Jeremy give it? 7.5.
7.5.
Yeah. All right. And Moodz gave it an 8. Sounds about right. I mean, I think it's definitely a film we should talk about more in depth one day.
Yeah.
But for right now, I guess, Moodz, you want to go next?
Sure. First film I want to talk about tonight is a film released by Plot Digger Films, directed by Ryan Nicholson, who actually stars in all 3 of these shorts. It's called Dead Nude Girls. It's roughly, it runs about an hour, so each short's about 20 minutes long. There's no wraparound. It's literally just a collection of shorts. And they're pretty much exactly all the same too. It's kind of interesting. Like the first one's called Axe Wound, and it's basically about Ryan Nicholson kind of plays this like drifter. Whenever he asks these 2 girls if they want to hang out or if he can actually stay at their campsite because the whole campsite's full. And he ultimately kind of drugs them, brings them back to this apartment, and fucking has his way with them, and does like a bunch of nasty ass shit to them. The second one is pretty much the same thing. It's called Golden Shower. And it's about this girl. She's applying for this job. It's like an in-house kind of nurse job or whatever. And of course he drugs her and then fucking ties her up in a bathtub, has her way with her, and
Pisses on her?
Ultimately, Golden Shower does come into play. And then there's a third one called Rump Roast. You can imagine what that's about. And it's basically the same thing. He has his way with a girl that he induces. And ultimately, there's some cannibalism and stuff without giving too much away in these, but they're all very similar. Like I said, Ryan Nicholson stars in all 3 of them. So these are really, really low budget, kind of shot at home type deal things. Pretty entertaining though, I have to say. And I really, really hate using the word torture porn. Like I hate the term. I know we all do, but this is actually kind of fitting for this because it basically is what he's doing. He's torturing these girls, but it's pornographic at the same time, quite literally. Like there is open vagina in these, and like there's no hold bars in this, man. You see butthole, everything, man. And there's some pretty nasty shit. So, I generally would never use the word torture porn, but this is quite literal. So, I don't know if you guys are into this type of stuff. which I know a lot of people really aren't. It's definitely not for everybody. It's not your typical Ryan Nicholson film. There's not a lot going on in these. Very, very low budget. I would recommend it, for your hardcore, torture fans.
And if you like to see butthole.
Yeah, or if you want to see butthole and vagina mutilation and golden showers and eating of asses and lots of really awesome stuff that, we like to watch. But I would recommend it. It's not really overly that great, so I'd probably just give it like a 6.5 out of 10, but I was still really entertained by it. I was actually kind of shocked in a couple parts. The effects are good though. That's one thing that Ryan Nicholson's really good at is really good effects, and it's quite fucking nasty. I'll give him that. So, but yeah, Dead New Girls, you can get it at the website, and I think that's the only way to get it. It doesn't actually have a wide release. Yeah. It did take a long time, and Ryan actually sent it to me personally. So thank you, Ryan, for that. But yeah, Dead New Girls.
What was the rating?
6.5 out of 10.
Okay, the thing with you mentioned the torture porn word and stuff, like, we always say how much we hate the word, but the thing is, like, it actually does work. I mean, nobody really has a better, word for it, so I guess we kind of have to conform, right?
Well, like I said, it's actually quite literal, with the pornographic parts in this, and I just thought it was so fitting, and I try to avoid the word torture porn, because when you say the word, people kind of cringe. They're like, ugh.
Yeah, it's a negative word, right?
It is. Yeah. It's very negative.
It was always get that as a negative thing.
Yeah. Yeah. There's not too many people that use the word torture porn and just keep talking like they didn't say torture porn. You always kind of think about it when you use the term, but I don't know. It's just very fitting to this, like I said. So
yeah. All right. So the film that I'm going with for this what we watched is Deathbed, The Bed That Eats, from the year 1977.
JP, energy, buddy, energy. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Where's those monsters?
Sorry. I'm so sick right
That's one thing you don't want to drink when you're sick.
Yeah, I can just imagine. Die. Fuck your immune system right up. Yeah.
So this film, bringing this review from Cult Epics, the Blu-ray for this film, I'll say that I didn't really, the Blu-ray doesn't look that great and stuff, so that was a bit disappointing, but I thought that this film was just completely interesting because it never was released before. Mm-hmm. There's actually an introduction on the Blu-ray. There's two introductions, one by the director and one by an author, and I know that doesn't Trauma do that sometimes? They'll have the introduction by Lloyd Kaufman. I realized how much I love those things.
I love that too.
Definitely an underused thing on DVDs,
especially with Lloyd. He's so funny. His redneck zombie intro is so funny.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the coolest things about Trauma, man. Is definitely those intros.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
I don't know why more
super entertaining
don't do that. It's really cool to see a little bit of insight into the film before you watch it. But this film was never released. It was made and I believe it started filming in 72, and then it was completed in 77, and nobody picked it up ever. So it never got a US release on VHS, on DVD later, theatrical, none of that stuff. And over in the UK it got bootlegged and it got passed around in video stores over there. So I thought all of that was extremely cool. Yeah. But the film itself, it follows this bed, okay? And there's this bed.
Really?
Yes. There's this bed in a building. I believe it was filmed in Detroit or something. But basically this bed eats people, but what it does, it's kind of a weird story, but essentially it's this interdimensional thing. When people lay on the bed, you can obviously see under the bed and it's only a couple inches thick, right? But when they get sucked down inside it, they end up in a big tank or whatever of yellow liquid, and their bodies get dissolved, it's an acid. But
okay, is it like Phantasm yellow?
It's kind of like that, but less thick and more
Have you not seen
it looks
this,
like
Moodz?
beer. It looks like
no.
beer.
Oddly enough, I've never seen this film. I've been waiting for the price to go down on this fucking Blu-ray because it's so expensive here, man. It's $25, $26. I'm like, no, not happening.
Yeah, it looks like beer, basically. It's like a big tank of beer, and it's like, it looks like acid, like it's like just eating away at people's flesh and stuff. So the thing with this film is because essentially what you're watching is this bed kill person after person, in like this abandoned building. So it's like, how does the story go along? And this is where I found it kind of interesting, because it's told in like a fairy tale.
Okay, just back up. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like, okay, this bed's in an abandoned warehouse. Why is there people walking into this abandoned warehouse
building.
and
it's like a house.
Okay, in this abandoned house, and then why are they laying on the bed?
Because they're like, have like sex and stuff.
And this random house?
Yeah, it's like an abandoned like mansion style house or something. People get in and go in there.
Do we get a backstory of the bed?
Yeah, we do actually. Oh. But so the thing is, like, how do you tell this story from like because the bed doesn't talk, right? So it's like are you just gonna watch scene after scene of people dying on this bed? So how do you tell the story? Well, the director kind of had a little creative thing here where he has a guy trapped behind a painting from, something to do with the bed, and he's kind of narrating the whole story. Overall, I mean, it's not that impressive or anything, but it gives it this very like fairy tale or odd feel like that to it, and I thought that was pretty cool, almost poetic, I would say, because the guy's like British, so he's narrating it like,
wow, elegant. I have to love that. You just described Deathbed as poetic.
It kind of is.
So awesome.
Yeah, I mean, the film itself, though, it drags a little bit, but I thought a lot of the scenes were really, really cool, involving like the way that the way that the bed like kind of reacts. Like, there's this yellow foam that comes out of it, and it like sucks people down into it, and then they're like bleeding, and it's kind of gross and stuff. Overall, the film I would give a 6 out of 10, but I definitely do recommend this Blu-ray release simply for the fact that the special features, which I checked out all of them, I listened to about half of the commentary, and I was really, really enjoying it. It shed like a lot of light on something that should have never even been released in the first place. It's like, it's interesting to take, a magnifying glass and look at something so bizarre and like lost. It's like, it's like really examining like a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely a good release. Like, I was really impressed by the Cult Epics release, and I do recommend grabbing it. I would not say you pay the full price for it. Like Moodz was saying, it's kind of expensive. I would say if you could get this for $12 to $15, that's pushing it. $10 would be a fantastic price for this, but I couldn't recommend grabbing it for 15 or 20. It's just ridiculous.
It's interesting. I was in HMV a couple weeks ago, and I'm always in there, and they know me by like my first name, and so I go in there, and Buddy's like, "Hey," he's like, "Do you have this?" And I'm like, "No, actually, I don't." I'm like, "What's the price on that?" He's like, $25. I'm like, "Oh, for fuck's sakes!" He had a copy of Deathbed sitting off to the side for me. He's like, "Oh, Moodz will want this," and I was like, "Dude,
vulnerable to shitty horror films."
And I'm like, "There's no fucking way that I'm paying $25 for
that's
fucking Blu-ray." I'm just like, no.
It's a good, interesting. I kind of like Cult Epics after watching this, because I was like, who would do this? Like, who would take a shitty film like this 16 millimeter like low budget film that some random guy who never made another film after that in his entire life shot in Detroit, and then they make commentaries for it, they make special features for it? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Honestly, does the Blu-ray look pretty good for a 60 millimeter shot film?
Yeah, I mean, it looks as best as it could look.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to look any better. It's
exactly.
It's just, like, it's not like mind-blowing or anything, but
better than Near Dark?
Oh, yeah. Near Dark sucks on Blu-ray.
Is it in full screen or is it in widescreen?
I don't think it's in widescreen. I'm not. Would it like?
Is it 4:3?
I'm really bad with any of that stuff, but basically it was like more square than like rectangle.
4:3.
Yeah, okay, so it's 4:3. Yeah, I was wondering about that because like a lot of those films that have been kind of upscaled from 60 millimeters stuff kind of look like that, but that's expected. I mean, it's probably the best it's ever going to look.
Yeah, definitely. The introduction
Really, so.
with the director, he essentially just said that he was like cruising around online and he's seen these forums and it was like, you know, like, have you seen this movie or something? And he clicked on it and it was like Deathbed. He's like, what? Like he didn't know like anybody ever seen it, but apparently like it made its way to the UK back in like the 80s and was like in all the video stores and shit, like in bootleg form. But he never figured anything would ever happen with that film because you know, it never got released in the US. It's the only film he ever made. It was like one and done type thing because he spent money on it and never got picked up.
Yeah, that's an interesting story, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, not very often you hear about a film that was never released at all go straight to Blu-ray.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, really,
exactly.
Try and make a top 10 list of that category right there. I don't even think there is 10. That's pretty rare.
It's crazy that it never even made VHS, though, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's really bizarre. It was never on VHS.
That's like affordable. It's not very hard to do that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy stuff, man.
Like even like Charlie Band would like pick up like Deathbed.
Yeah.
Well, ironically enough, Full Moon even has a film called Deathbed. It's a completely different film, though.
Are you serious? That's funny. I didn't even know.
No
that.
fucking shit, man. They actually have a film on Full Moon called Deathbed. That's really bizarre.
Yeah.
Which I've never seen that one either. But
yeah, definitely an odd little gem. Like it's not a great movie, but for what it is, I was pretty impressed. Like the guy had high, you know, dreams with this film. Like you could tell he was trying to do something better than it was actually worth. Like he was trying to like say something with this one a little bit maybe, or just make it bigger than what it should have been in terms of like storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Deathbed, 6 out of 10.
Interesting. Jeremy, do you have another one before the pick of the week?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. Next film I want to talk about here is it was originally released in the UK in 2012. It just came out on media here in Region 1. Released by Mondo Macabro. This is their second Blu-ray release. This one's called The Devil's Business. Basically, the story in this one is about two hitmen that basically break into this guy's house and they're just waiting to kill him. They're waiting for him to come back. These hitmen are employed by like a mob boss and stuff. So they're literally just in this house waiting for this guy to come back. So what do you do in the film? You have to kill time. You have to, you know, tell some pretty interesting stories and stuff. So basically, one of the hitmen is like an old veteran guy and he's got like a brand new guy underneath him. And he basically is what he's doing. He's training him and stuff. Anyways, the younger guy, you can tell he's really nervous and stuff. So he asked the older hitman, he's like, well, what's like the most fucked up thing that's ever happened to you on one of these jobs? And he proceeds to tell him the story about this girl that his boss's girlfriend that they had to kill and blah, blah, blah and stuff like that. And so while this is going on, they continue to wait for this guy. And ultimately, they discover some really fucked up shit in the house before the guy gets there. And now it really kind of deeply disturbs him and shit like that. And then once he gets there, shit just fucking hits the fan, man. It just goes crazy. I'm just going to leave it there because I can't really give too much away about this one. This movie only runs 72 minutes. So it's kind of like right to the point, which is awesome. I think my biggest complaint with this film is that it doesn't run long enough. I could have used another 20 minutes in this film. It was this good. This movie is fucking fantastic, man. The acting in this film is brilliant. The cinematography, the setting, the atmosphere is fucking amazing. The story that this guy tells is so damn creepy. It's got some really disturbing shit, which I'm not going to give away. And really, really fucked up scenes in this too. Like actually to the point of like kind of freaky a little bit. Like I was getting kind of a little paranoid because, you know, they're in this house and it's very quiet and shit starts going on. And then there's like really bizarre things that are going down and shit. I can't give anything away. Just, I don't want to ruin anything. But, ultimately this one has a really fucking bizarre ending to it. Really weird shit's going on. And that's pretty much all I want to say about it. But I highly, it's called The Devil's Business. It's directed by a guy named Sean Hogan. You know, it's one of these ones that's really hard to talk about because you can't give any specifics away because you'll just ruin shit. But it's a very, very enjoyable watch. Really enjoyable watch. Like, it's super entertaining just for a couple guys conversating. And then when shit starts going down, it's like, it actually had me feeling a little, like, almost terrified because you don't know what the fuck's going to happen at all, right? Like, you do not know what the deal is with this guy because they're not giving anything away. The boss he's not telling these hitman what the fuck he wants back from this guy and then why he wants him dead and shit like that. There's no information given. So everything's a mystery. And
sounds like my kind of movie.
Yeah, it sounds pretty cool.
It's fucking good, man. I was like, by the end of the film, I just kind of stared at the screen and I was like, wow. It's been a while since I actually felt like I was kind of scared watching this film. It was creepy as fuck, man. I was like, what? Such good cinematography, really well shot and executed. It's none of this bullshit fucking jump scares and shit they didn't have to. It's really, really good the way they did what they did in the film. So I give this guy mad props for this one. Like I said, my biggest complaint is that it's just, I could have used a few more minutes. You know, I wanted more. You know, have you ever watched like a short film and you were like, fuck, I could have used another half an hour, you know, but this one right here, 72 minutes, it's just, but definitely worth the watch. The fucking Blu-ray looks really, really amazing. Like, this is awesome. Obviously this is a newer film too, right? So, you know, shot, but, yeah, it looks fantastic. Highly recommend this. Got tons of special features. Everybody needs to check out this film. I know you guys will like this. Most people out there will definitely dig this one. Yeah, Mondo Macabro, The Devil's Business. Definitely check it out.
Write that down.
Yeah, that's one that I'll probably definitely check.
Shit, I didn't give a rating on this one. I give it a 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
it's
awesome.
like, I was just, you know, I was blown away by this movie because, first of all, Mondo Macabro I didn't even know was putting out. Well, they put out one Blu-ray and I was like, that's awesome. But then they released they usually don't release newer films like this, so that had me intrigued, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had to check it out. It was like a newer film by Mondo. I'm like, on Blu-ray. I'm like, fuck, okay, wow, really, really good. Highly recommended.
All right, so I guess back to me again. This next one comes to us from Image Entertainment, and actually Moodz mentioned it earlier in the show. It's Day of the Mummy from the year 2014. I believe you said that Mr. Parka reviewed this one recently, right?
Actually, he did. And you know what? Come to think of it, he actually reviewed The Devil's Business too. So there you go.
He's always one step ahead of us, I guess.
He is, man. Dave's the man.
So yeah, this one follows a kind of hero character as he is kind of souped up with some new technology where he wears these glasses that are kind of it's like a HUD for like a video game pretty much. And so when you mentioned that Mr. Parka mentioned that, you know, it feels like a video game, and yeah, that's like a good point because it kind of does. And he's like kind of mic'd into this you know, big time like high level like bad guy pretty much, who has like all these connections and is like, he's one of those guys who are like looking for like the world's like greatest like treasures. Like this, what he's looking for is this diamond, like this diamond codex stone or whatever that's supposedly in the tomb of like this mummy. So he sends this guy in with this you know, these glasses that like are recording. It's like a live feed back to the dude, to the big boss guy, and he's like kind of telling him what to do and shit like that. And they go down into this tomb, and it kind of caves in, and then there's a group of them, and it turns out like the mummy is like real when it's alive, and it's like, it's kind of found footagey. Like the glasses like make it found footagey. So one thing I'll say is the set pieces and the locations felt completely unrealistic to me. It did not feel like a real tomb or like underground. It felt very manufactured, and that was really annoying me. 2, it's really slow and it doesn't really do much until the final couple scenes. And I'll honestly say those final couple scenes, I thought that there was a moment that actually made me jump a little bit, and I was like, whoa, I thought the mummy looked cool as hell. And I was like, what the hell? Why wouldn't they make the whole film like this? Comes off really gimmicky with that whole sunglasses thing. The video game feel, don't like that at all. Was you gonna say something?
Nope.
Yeah, so I mean, overall, there was a couple awesome scenes in this one towards the end. The kills and stuff towards the end I thought were pretty okay. Overall, it just takes way too long to get going. This is one of those films that if it's in a red box or something, you might want to give it a rent if there's nothing else in the red box. It's very, very average. Never really gets ahead of that. I give it a 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10. Yeah, I think that's pretty much where he was getting at with his review too. You say it's fun though, at least.
It is and it isn't. There's moments. Yeah. It's one that, like I said, if you're at a red box or I know yins don't have them up there or whatever, but this is kind of one of those films that is very mainstream. This is a film that my cousin down the road would rent in a red box. I could see this doing okay at the red boxes. The cover's kind of cool looking. It kind of is. It has Danny Glover in it, so it has a name. And I could see a lot of people renting this one and just kind of being it was all right.
Man, how does I was so confused when I found out that Danny Glover was in that film. I'm like, okay, his agent's like, hey man, I got this film, Day of the Mummy. Probably big career move for you. How does Danny Glover get attached to doing a film like this? That's a pretty fucking big name.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, this is the Redbox model, man. This film was made for Redbox. This feels like one of those films where you get one name. You just need one name that's popular, and then you spend most of your budget on that name, and then you kind of have a generic story that has a couple good moments in it, design a cool cover that's catchy, and then you throw it in the Redbox. And I can see this one comes out this Tuesday, and I'll bet it's in Walmart too, and it'll probably be $9.99 at Walmart on DVD.
Well, I can guarantee it's not going to be in my Walmart. Fuck, man, I was up there last night. Oh my god.
Did they not have anything?
They didn't have anything out. Everything was empty and just there was nothing out. It was fucking bullshit. Yeah, we had to go up there to pick up some dog shit, but not literally dog shit. You know what I'm saying? But
some shit for the dog.
Some shit for the dog. So I went over to the media section. I just started laughing. I was like, this is fucking pathetic, man.
Yeah,
it's Christmas time. There's nothing there.
I will say that the slipcover for this I kind of like. It's embossed and stuff, and it's pretty cool.
Nice. Yep. Cool stuff. So, Jeremy, you got a pick of the week?
Sure. So, my pick of the week is a film that I watched in one of my classes, and I told Moodz and JP this, and I think me and one other kid was the only one that enjoyed the film, and it's Near Dark. Now,
that blows my mind.
Yeah, it blew my mind too. I was sitting there,
unreal.
I was to sit in the back because I like to watch people's expressions when they're watching these movies that I've watched multiple times, and everyone was laughing and talking to each other how terrible it was. I was like, how do you think this is terrible? I mean, the dialogue isn't the best and shit like that, but it's still a fun, goofy film. And if you don't enjoy a finger-licking, good, cheesy film, then you're a fucking idiot.
I honestly don't even think it's that cheesy.
It has the dialogue's pretty cheesy.
Yeah, I can see that.
And according to the history, it was supposed to be Catherine Bigelow wanted to make a Western, but she couldn't get the funding for it. So
I've always kind of thought that it felt like a Western.
Yeah, me too.
So she pretty much still conveyed that vibe, even though it's not, it's traditional Western.
Yeah. That was the main thing. She was going to make it a Western, but she couldn't get the funding. So she made a horror movie instead, which was a good choice because the movie's fucking awesome. I love the film. I think the characters, I want to hang out with these guys even though they're fucking crazy, but they're just people that I wish the film would have spent more time with than just Colton and spending the time with Colton. I wish it was just more time with the vampires. Like Homer. Homer's fucking awesome. Like, I can't really... What else has that kid done besides Near Dark? Like, not many popular films or mainstream roles like that one. I don't think this film's mainstream, but films like that, but the film's an awesome... Sorry, JP.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're going to say something.
Oh, well, I was going to say, like, it's not really that mainstream, but, this film came out the same year as The Lost Boys, and it was really close to the time that The Lost Boys was released. And I think The Lost Boys really just overshadowed this film because everybody was paying attention to The Lost Boys, and Near Dark, in my opinion, is one of the best vampire films ever. It's probably in my top 5 favorites.
Yeah.
And I do like The Lost Boys better, but I do feel like a lot of this film's unfortunate unsuccess is due to The Lost Boys being so successful at around the same time.
And I think it's gotten popularity over the years on the home market that it's kind of built a cult status.
Didn't Vamp come out the same year?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
Didn't they all come out in 87?
It's possible.
So that was a pretty decent year for vampire flicks, to be honest, because those three of those are, in my top 10 right there. I love Vamp too.
I like Vamp as well.
Grace Jones. It's an oddball vampire flick, but it's fucking cool, man.
It has a lot of really cool lighting in Vamp.
Yeah, it's different. So
the only thing I was confused about in the movie is how the fuck did they change back from vampire to human? Like, I know the blood transfusion, but it's like, how the fuck does that work? Like, they never really explain it.
Yeah, they do kind of change the mythology a little bit, right?
Yeah, like, it's like, I'm just going to give you a bunch of human blood, and now you're not going to be a vampire anymore. It's like, how does that make sense?
As far as I can think, that might have been the first movie first vampire film I ever, with, changing from a vampire to human with a blood transfusion.
Yeah.
I think that was really the only time that was ever done up until that point. I don't know if it's probably been done since, who knows, but that is interesting.
Yeah. I never really fucking explained what was going on.
Dude, Lance Henriksen and Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton's fucking hilarious.
I love that guy, man.
He's so
Bill Paxton's
funny.
Awesome in that film. He's great.
Especially in that bar scene, he's so fucking awesome. He's so funny. Yeah.
I will say that even like the mythology of the characters and stuff. Like, I heard Lance Henriksen talk before about this film, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but this is why I've always kind of liked Lance Henriksen, besides him just being awesome, is there, I believe there's something written on the, like, he has like something on the inside of his jacket, like written or something, and in his mind, his character was like was in all kind of wars or
Civil
something.
War. He was in Civil War.
Yeah. And it's like they never really say that in the film, but like he had this whole backstory planned for this character that will eventually kind of shape who the character is.
Well, he says he's from this. He says he's from the Civil War because he's like, "Oh, how old are you?" And he says, "Oh, we lost, or the South lost, or something like that." And it's like, "Oh, he's from the Civil War."
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I remember the line.
I like a lot of that stuff. And how about the kid? You feel
Homer.
terrible for that dude.
Homer's awesome.
I love Near Dark though.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Awesome. I don't know what the hell's wrong with all your classmates.
I guess we'll find out next Thursday when we talk about it. I want to know what the hell they were thinking.
Oh, so you guys watch the films and then don't talk about them right after?
No, we have to wait a week.
Oh shit!
This class is only 3 hours, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I give Near Dark an 8 out of 10.
Solid.
Cool. QO. JP? Or is it my go?
I think it's your go, right?
It is my go. All right, so I don't have a pick of the week this week. I'm going to start off a new segment called My Italian Stallion of the Week, I guess.
Italian Stallion. Sounds like a damn monster movie.
I don't know. That was literally the best I could come up with for... I basically just want to do a segment where I just pick an Italian film to talk about from the week or whatever. So it's called My Italian Stallion. Does that work?
Yeah.
Or is that really bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's cheesy and stupid, but it works.
Well, exactly. I said it while I was holding the film, and I started laughing to myself. I was like, oh my God, this is so pathetic.
It seems like it fits your personality, so we'll go with it.
Yeah, okay. So, I had to choose this one because I just watched it and I was like, oh, this is so perfect. This movie is from 2003, directed by the legendary Bruno Mattei. Of course, he's known for directing a lot of really low budget, shitty Italian horror films like Hell of the Living Dead, Rats, of course, and stuff like that. And this one is called Mondo Cannibal. He actually went under an alias for this one. He's called Vincent Dawn in this one. That's because he was filming so many fucking movies that I think Bruno Mattei actually has about 5 or 6 different aliases that he puts films under. Isn't that bizarre? Yeah. It's kind of crazy. But anyways, this movie right here, Mondo Cannibal, is basically a cannibal Holocaust ripoff. It's essentially the same type of story. It's basically follows this newscast team, or this news network or whatever. Their ratings are really shitty right now. The lead broadcaster, whatever you want to call her, she's really famous and stuff. And right now she's willing to do anything to get like a really good story to, get the ratings up to save the network and stuff. So she brings this idea to her superiors and stuff about, going over to the jungle and, doing a story on cannibals and stuff. Cause, people want to see cannibalistic shit and stuff like that. And they agree. They're like, well, yeah, that could possibly sell. So basically they tell them, well, we'll send you with a crew over there and you got to film everything. So when they get there, they get this bright idea that they're really going to do anything to get the best story and just film everything and shit. These people are the biggest fucking assholes ever. It's basically the same thing as Cannibal Holocaust, but these guys are just, all of them are just the devils, man. They're fucking doing bad shit to these cannibals. Of course, they're filming everything. They're raping girls. They're fucking doing a whole pile of terrible ass shit. It's basically, like I said, the same thing as Cannibal Holocaust, very similar in story. But, so what it all comes down to is that they're just trying to, shoot the most ignorant shit ever to get the ratings up. It's pretty fucking nasty. Really low budget. Actually, some pretty good gore in this. I was really impressed with the gore. The thing that surprised me about this movie is that this was actually shot in 2003, and it feels like very, very old, which is kind of cool. I mean, that's quite obviously what Mattei was trying to do, make like a throwback type film, but surprisingly did a pretty good job. The acting in the film's fucking terrible. It's pretty bad. Pretty entertaining though. A lot of cheesy dialogue and just bastard characters. Like, you can't help but just watch this film because it's just, you're thinking to yourself the whole time, this is not a good film, but it's super fucking entertaining. It's got lots of, nudity and lots of sleaze, fucking gore, just everything that you want in an Italian cheese fest. So this one really delivered, man. Mondo Cannibal, highly enjoyed it, man. I give it probably about a 7.5 out of 10 just on the cheese meter. It's pretty fantastic stuff. But, if you like cannibal films and you like Cannibal Holocaust and you're willing to sit through something that's a total ripoff of it, you know what? Check out Intervision's release of Mondo Cannibal. It's fucking fun. And, honestly, if you're a fan of Bruno Mattei's films, you know what you're going to get yourself into. There's not as much stock footage used in this film. There's the odd scene where he uses stock footage. I know Bruno Mattei is really well known for using stock footage, especially in like Hell of the Living Dead and, of course, Cruel Jaws, which we talked about earlier in the podcast. And, well, not even stock footage. That was just like blatant ripoff right there. But he's really well known for stock footage and stuff. But this one doesn't have a whole lot. It's quite surprising. But yeah, I don't know. I recommend Mondo Cannibal, if you're willing to, give it a shot. So, but yeah.
What's the rating?
I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
What's interesting is I'm not 100% sure, but I think that, remember how I said in the Cult Epics release of Deathbed that there was an author who was speaking on there?
Okay.
He actually wrote a book about all these like undiscovered American horror films, but he's from the UK. But what's funny is he actually talks about his next book, which I believe is like a complete history on that guy, Bruno Mattei or whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bruno Mattei's a pretty interesting story, actually, because he's directed a lot of films, but his career is interesting because, like I said, you know, he very much is known as a ripoff artist.
Is he still alive?
No, Bruno Mattei actually died, I believe, in 2007 or 8 or something like that.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, he was quite old. Like, yeah, I think he was close to 80 or whatever. But yeah, he's really well known as that guy that, you know, does a lot of Italian ripoffs. Like, you know, there'd be a Rambo film that came out in the 80s, and then, you know, next week he would have a Rambo ripoff, you know, kind of thing, right? Like, he would always do these type of films and stock footage, and it's crazy how long his career was, you know. But honestly, these movies are super entertaining, really entertaining stuff. So I would definitely be into reading that shit.
Actually,
awesome.
I think it might have been Jess Franco that I'm thinking of.
Oh, that's just as fucking cool. That's really cool, because I actually posted a box set that I just got of Jess Franco on the last night. So cool stuff.
Okay, so into my pick of the week. My pick of the week this week is a film from the year 2014. I actually decided to rent this one, which I normally don't do. But you know how sometimes when you buy those DVDs and they give you like free voodoo money or whatever? Yeah. So I had like enough for a film, like a new film, so I was like, fuck it, I'll rent something. And I decided to go with the film that was just recently released, and that's Starry Eyes. So this film follows a struggling actress who, you know, an aspiring actress. She hasn't even got a role yet. And she kind of lives in LA or whatever with a lot of other struggling actresses and actors and filmmakers. She's like really has a whole group of friends around her who are all there for the same thing. But the thing is, they're all very shitty to each other, or they're especially shitty to her. Like, there's always these backhanded compliments and, you know, these undertones of like jealousy and stuff like that going on. So essentially she finally gets like a big break where she feels like she kind of, is going to be part of this film, this new horror film, and she goes in and auditions and does an okay job, but they're kind of very weird. The people who are the casting agents, they're kind of just very uninterested, it looks like. So they tell her, you know, okay, that's enough, and so she immediately just breaks down, goes into a bathroom, starts flipping out and like pulling her hair out and shit. She's a very unstable person. And then the casting agent actually saw her do all this, so they call her back in for another casting call or whatever, and they essentially say, like, we want to see that. I guess I'll kind of wrap up the story a little bit right now. She ends up getting in with these people, the elite of the elite people in the industry, these like hidden Hollywood elitists who are big time people. They're not real people, obviously, but like they're supposed to represent like the big people in Hollywood. And shit isn't as what it seems. So the thing about this film is, one, I thought the angle of the struggling actress was done really well, and I found it very fascinating, especially a struggling actress who really, really wants it, but might not have the skills to actually do it. So I thought that it was actually kind of heartbreaking in a weird way. Like I never really got the vibe that she was any good, really. But she believed that she was going to be huge. So I like that about it. And two, I can't really talk about what this film is about. And I don't know if this is a negative or positive or what, but sometimes, you know, when a film doesn't really know what it wants to be, it's a negative. But in this way, it's done in a way to where you're not really sure if it doesn't know what it wants to be or if it's just trying to be something really different. You know what I mean?
I love that right there. You know, there's nothing worse than trying to do a review of a film when you can't actually explain what it's about.
I know, I'm struggling. And I apologize because I'm not at my best right now. I'm really sick.
I love that. That's classic.
So I could actually say like one film that would kind of shed some light on it, where if I'd say it's like this film, but I don't want to do that because I feel like it would give away what this film's about. which I'm not even sure if that's what it's about in the first place. It's really weird, hard to explain, and hard to review. But overall, I found this film very dark. It was very, very dark, very unsettling, and the gore was actually really good and fit very well in the film. It kind of takes a weird turn, very deep. So yeah, I liked Starry Eyes a lot. I'll say that there was moments where I kind of was like, I'm not sure if this is great or just a little sloppy. So I'm kind of conflicted on it still, but I do give it an 8 out of 10.
Very interesting. Cool. Alrighty, so quick cuts. Are these going to be quick? I know Jeremy's are going to be really quick. Okay, well, I'll get into quick cuts here. I'll make it really, really quick.
We hope.
Yeah, exactly right. We don't want to hear quick cuts for fucking 20 minutes. First up here from 2003 is Death Watch. Basically a film that takes place in World War I. Really cool film, actually. I got to say, this one was obviously made before The Squad. This one did it properly. It's a little more entertaining. It actually goes somewhere. Basically kind of a similar story of fucking soldiers that get caught in this certain bunker. Shit starts going down, and then yeah. So 7 out of 10. Really interesting watch. Highly enjoyed it. Actually, it was pretty cool. Next up, I watched Tales from the Crypt, the Scream Factory Blu-ray. I did not watch Vault of Horror though. I watched Tales from the Crypt. The transfer was fucking fantastic. Everybody knows about the shorts. Still my favorite short in it though has got to be the Christmas and on through the night, I think is what it's called, with what's her face, Joan Collins. The beautiful Joan Collins is in it. I fucking love that short. But Tales from the Crypt, I give it 8.5 out of 10. I love the anthology film; it's great. Then I watched a couple Coffin Joe films.
Coffin Joe.
Yeah. At Midnight I Will Take Your Soul from 1964, which is presumably the very first Spanish horror film, like, you know, to make it out of Spain or whatever. It's just such a fucking amazing film, man. Coffin Joe's character is such an asshole. He's basically a undertaker, I guess. He runs like a funeral home, and he's basically looking for a woman to have like a perfect child with and stuff. He's got this whole storyline. It's pretty bizarre, but he's like a fucking dick, and he like kills people and shit. It's just awesome, just fucking amazing. It's shot really well. It's just so bizarre. I couldn't recommend it enough. 9 out of 10. This Night I Will Possess Your Corpse from 1967, which is the follow-up to At Midnight I Will Take Your Soul. Basically follows the same type of storyline. Now he's still trying to find, you know, this girl to have this child with and stuff like that. More of the same type of stuff. This one's really kind of hypnotic and really fucking bizarre too. It's got this whole scene in it that's, if you've seen this film, you know exactly what part I'm talking about right now. It's really fucking, it's almost like an acid trip in the middle of this black and white film. It's fucked up. Kind of goes into color for like 5 minutes or something. It's really fucking bizarre. And That I Will Possess Your Corpse is fucking awesome. 8.5 out of 10. It's really long. It's a surprisingly really long film. It's crazy. Next up, I watched another anthology film called Death by VHS. Basically it has, I don't know, 3 or 4 shorts in it. None of which I did care for. I thought,
what's it called? Death by VHS?
Yeah, I've seen this one around.
Oh, that's an interesting title.
Yeah, Death by VHS. And that's what sucked me in, man. I liked the title, and I was like, anthology, Death by VHS, sign a brother up. Watched it, hated pretty much everything about it. 3 out of 10. I thought it was complete garbage. Every short I did not care for. It was, you know, I like these micro budget films and stuff, but this one just had no flavor to it. It just felt forced, and it was garbage. Next up from Necrostorm, I watched Hotel Inferno, basically about a hitman that goes into this hotel to do this job. It turns very, very sour on him, and now he's got to get the fuck out of there. And because there's all these crazy ass fucking monster people and shit. If you're familiar with Adam Chaplin, you know exactly what you're getting yourself into. Very similar to this. The effects in this are fucking mind blowing. It's gory as shit. It's all shot in POV. That's explained in the story of why it's like that, because I can't get into the whole thing, but Necrostorm is killing it with the releases right now. Oh, fucking amazing. Love this film. 8.5 out of 10. Awesome. Next up, I watched the other one from Nicholson, who also directed Hotel Inferno. This was his first film, called Tater City. Basically about a city that no longer has criminals. They have this device that can actually detect criminals, and they go out and kill these people, and they send them to Tater City, or Tater Burger, which they grind them up and they feed them to people. Cannibalism is a normal thing. It's the everyday life in Tater City. So they have no criminal activity that's run by this group of people and stuff. It is fucking awesome. This movie has crazy gore, again in the vein of like Adam Chaplin type. Hotel Inferno, Tater City, perfect double feature. Tater City, 9 out of 10. I did like it a little more. Next up, I watched Dante Tomaselli's. I believe this is his first film, his first full-length film, I want to say, and it's called Horror. It's actually called Horror. We actually reviewed one of Dante Tomaselli's films on the podcast one time. JP was not a big fan of Torture Chamber. This movie right here is a fucking lot better than Torture Chamber. This one is really fantastic. It's really nightmarish. Basically, it has two kind of storylines that kind of combined into one. These kids escape from this drug rehabilitation place to go and seek out this psycho fucking priest or whatever. Meanwhile, the other story is developing in his house with this girl, his daughter. And then it kind of comes together, and it's like an acid trip. It's really awesome, man. The atmosphere in this film is not to be fucked with. It's really cool. I couldn't recommend this one enough. It's just such an interesting film. I think it actually takes place on Halloween, to be honest. I think it's not actually technically a Halloween horror film, but I think it does take place on that night, though. It's kind of interesting. Awesome flick, man. 9 out of 10. Loved it.
I think I reviewed another one of his films a while back too, Satan's Playground, which I didn't like.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Satan's Playground either, to be honest. It's not a very good telling of the New Jersey Devil story.
Yeah. What did you rate this one that you just talked about, though?
9 out of 10. This is the best Tomaselli film I've seen so far. This one's really fucking good.
Would I like it?
You would. I think you would really dig this film.
Right.
Yeah. And last up for the quick cuts here is Torture Garden. This is an Amicus anthology film. Holy shit, did I ever watch a lot of anthology films? Jesus. This one is from 1967. This one has 4 stories in it. It's got, of course, Peter Cushing's in it. Jack Palance is in this, actually. The stories in this aren't bad. It's kind of one of the weaker Amicus anthology films, but the last story, the Edgar Allan Poe story, oh my God, so good. It fucking saved the day on this one. It was so worth the watch, right up into, to get to that story and shit like that. It was fantastic, but overall the other ones were kind of weak. Not terrible, but 6.5 out of 10. Torture Garden. And that concludes for quick cuts. Was that quick enough?
That was
Not
actually
really, but that was pretty good
I
for
thought
you.
It was, for him.
Yeah,
I think I just talked about 12 films in like 7 minutes, so I think that's pretty fucking
that's
good.
records for you, dude. All right, so I'll get into my quick cuts.
9 films.
I don't have many. So first up, Planet of the Dinosaurs from the year 1977. This one is pretty bad, I guess. It's kind of one of those B movies. It's really, really B movie-ish. I did enjoy it enough, though. I mean, it's a bunch of people on a lost planet, foreign planet, dinosaurs, a lot of stop motion and stuff. Very bad acting, very bad sets and stuff like that. Some of it looked better than others. Like the clothes, it just seemed like very, very low budgety. But 4.5 out of 10. Next up, Shaun of the Dead from the year 2004. What can I say about Shaun of the Dead? I always say that this is overrated. I think it's kind of funny, but I don't really get a lot of the humor. I don't like the idea of ignoring the zombies, which they do so many times in this film, where the characters will start talking and the zombies will be in the background and they'll just ignore it. And it takes if you ignore the threat, then it becomes less threatening. I don't like that, but still it's an alright film. I give it a 7 out of 10. And last up is a film that Olive sent me, and that's Moontrap from the year 1989. This is the Blu-ray. I know Jeremy sent me a review from Blu-ray.com that had the Blu-ray quality very, very low, and I was
a half out of 5.
A half out of 5, yeah. So when I actually popped
What
it in,
the fuck?
when
Really?
I actually popped
Overall,
it in,
they gave it a half out of 5 as
Wow,
an overall
I don't think
rating.
I've ever seen a rating that low.
Yeah, they say it's like on quality as VHS quality.
What?
Okay, so listen, I popped it in and I was expecting like the worst. I was expecting like worse than Grace, worse than Near Dark, and honestly, like I don't know what the hell they was watching because I didn't think it was a half out of 5, maybe like a 2 out of 5, maybe a 2.5 even. I didn't. I was like, what are they talking about? I would actually like to read what they had to say, like why. Anyway, the film, Bruce Campbell and another guy on the moon, and there's like robots. It's weird. It's like robots. It's like the Thing kind of, but like with robots, where like robots like take pieces of humans and everything and like and metal and stuff and then get bigger as robots. It's not that good, honestly. It's very slow. I give it a 6 out of 10.
Wow, a half out of 5, man. I'm just fucking blown away by that.
Yeah.
I swear I've never seen a rating that low. Can you think of one, Jeremy? Because I know you read a lot of the Blu-ray reviews on there.
Nah, I'm curious to see what Grace is. And
It's so crazy, man.
Grace
Fuck.
is rated as a 3 out of 5. JP, do
Really?
you have anything to comment out of that?
I think Grace is one of the worser Blu-rays that I've seen.
Let me check.
Worser?
Near Dark. And Near Dark
Okay.
is rated 2.5 out of 5.
That's probably right, man. I've seen worse transfers than Near Dark. I have. So,
Well, they're saying fucking Moontrap half out of 5.
fuck.
Really?
That's unbelievable. I just, wow.
Are they sure?
That's what
Did they
it
get like a
says.
bad copy or something? I'm being serious, man. Like I was like, what are they talking about?
Like I could try and find the lowest.
It
rating.
was really grainy and stuff, but I mean, like, okay, there are scenes that are filmed with like from the point of view of the robots, and it's supposed to look like shit. It's like it looks like a VHS or like worse. You know, it looks like that one Beastie Boys video where it's all like shitty looking.
Yeah, man, a half just seems so ridiculous. Like, I don't even know how you even rate the Blu-ray a half.
Yeah, I'm trying to find if I can
Just
find a
great.
way.
I want to read. I actually want to read what they write. That's pretty interesting.
If I can find
then-
a way to like see what the lowest movie is.
But to be honest, though, I've read a lot of the reviews on Blu-ray.com, and they've been pretty modest. Say 3 out of 5 and stuff. And I pop in the Blu-ray and I'm like, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad, but I don't know.
Well, now it's a 1 out of 5 on Blu-ray.com.
Oh, they changed it.
Yeah.
It was a half.
How the fuck does that happen?
I mean, the film's very dark and stuff to begin with. It's set on a moon, right? Like, but I don't, like VHS quality? Hell no. Like,
They
I
say
don't know.
worse than VHS quality at some points.
That's crazy to me. I don't know.
So at those some points, is that the POV shots from the robot?
I don't know, man.
Were
It's
these
a little
people not paying
blurry.
attention? Were they
It's a
not
little
paying attention to the film? Like, oh, this looks like shit right here. It's like, well, it's supposed to look like shit. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You could oh, here we go. Sort by video rating. Let's see what the lowest is.
But yeah, all right. So
Yeah, but Moontrap itself was like, it was just, I don't know, like it had potential. Like there was some cool moments. I'm like, this could have been an awesome sci-fi film. For one, they have Bruce Campbell and they neglect him. Like they make the other guy like the lead character. I'm like, you got Bruce Campbell, man. What are you doing?
you got fucking Ash, man. You got to utilize that, man.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Bruce
he
Campbell
was just
himself. Bruce
co-star.
Campbell's he's such a character that they fucking made a whole movie called My Name is Bruce.
Yeah.
They did do that.
You don't just get your own film because you suck. This is why John Malkovich has his own film too. Because he's fucking awesome. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. I don't really recommend buying Moontrap. It's not really that good of a movie.
Yeah.
To be honest, I mean, the only thing that really intrigued me about it was the fact that Bruce Campbell wasn't it, but knowing that he's not even like the lead, that just kind of...
He is good in it, though. I'm being a little harsh on it. It's still it's not a terrible movie. It's just, I don't know. I was expecting a bit more from, like, the cover and, like, Bruce Campbell, and, like, it started off pretty good and stuff. I'm not a big fan of action, like, robots and shit. Like, it's not really my thing.
Alrighty, so we are going to get into the main featured review. Reviews. I guess I got to pluralize that, right?
Yeah.
Both films from Canada's own Ryan Nicholson.
Oh yeah,
this is
Ryan
like
Nicholson,
kind of our first spotlight, director spotlight.
Yeah, and I tried. I really wanted to get Bleeding Lady in there today. I was going to talk about it, but I'd never had a chance to watch it. But I did manage to get Dead New Girls, and I'm really stoked about this. We got Gutterballs coming up here and Hanger. Which is, but yeah, Ryan Nicholson's actually from my neck of the woods. He's only, a few hours away from, where I grew up. So very cool. It feels like a very, I feel like I'm at home right now, This is awesome. So first up, from 2008, we have Gutterballs.
Hey guys, check this out. One-man team, what the fuck is that about? It's a glitch, there is no BBK.
You don't know who or where this person is.
You don't just vanish into thin air, it's fucking bowling alley, for fuck's sake.
Fucking God!
Guess it's safe to say that BBK won this game. Fuck the game! Fuck BBK! And fuck this fucking bowling alley!
Yo, this night is getting pretty fucking interesting.
Of course, directed by Ryan Nicholson. Somebody want to give the Jeremy? Do you want to give the synopsis on this?
But I'm gonna give a shitty one. Let me pull it up. Unless JP, you want to do it?
So essentially, there's a group of foul-mouthed teenagers, very like hyper unrealistic, who are at a bowling alley, and I'm
exactly like that when I'm at a bowling alley.
They essentially get into some altercation.
They say fuck a lot.
They leave. The one girl comes back. She gets gangbang raped style.
With a bowling pin.
Gangbang style. Partially with a bowling pin, partially with actual wieners.
Yeah, that's true.
Very savagely raped.
Yep.
Then the next night, they all return to have their bowling tournament play out, and there's a killer who shows up, named the BBK Killer. He's wearing a bowling bag as a mask, and they just get picked off one by one.
Yes, that's essentially what the synopsis
You didn't
is.
say there's a transsexual, man. Come on.
Well, he's one of the apparently unrealistic characters. Yeah, this one right here, I believe, is in some type of record book for using the word fuck.
I love it.
As much as they did.
On IMDb, the synopsis is written by Ryan Nicholson. It says synopsis written by Ryan Nicholson.
That's funny.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was reading somewhere that they use the word fuck like over
they used a lot.
Is it like over 700 times in the film or something? And it has to be mostly out of fucking what's his face? The dickhead.
Dick, yeah. The dick.
Yeah. Oh shit, I forget his fucking character's name, but man, he says fuck literally every second word in this film.
Steve. That's
Steve.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! It's so. The first time I watched this movie, I was pissing myself.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, that's a lot of swearing.
Yeah.
I'm like, I thought I swore a lot, but this guy's using the word fuck like it's the word the.
Really?
It's so crazy.
Which actually normally slightly annoys me when characters overly say the word fuck, but I think it's okay in this film because like you're really supposed to hate all of these people.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how I see it too, because all these characters are so unlikable. They're completely over aggressive. They're always pissed off for some reason. They're so pissed off at the world, everything that's going on. So the over excessive use of swearing, the word fuck and stuff I think it's completely a pass,
Mm-hmm.
And it has been a complaint that I've heard from quite a few people in the past. They've said, well, Gutterballs it's good, but the language gets a little much. It's like fucking cocksucker and cunt.
It's just it just gets annoying. But like I said, it's supposed to be annoying, so I guess it's doing what it's supposed to do. But my thing with this film is I really almost wish that I could see like what it would have been like if it had some okay acting and they played it super straight serious.
I know you love the setting, right, JP?
Yeah,
it's definitely not a comedy though. I mean,
it's very brutal and stuff like that, but at the same time, because how over the top it gets at times, you just like you don't take it as serious. Like, what if it was like I Spit on Your Grave serious, and it like I think that it could have been like even better if done super serious. But the thing is, like, you can't do it super serious, right? With
I
these
think it would have taken away, like, if you played this film straightforward, I think some of the kills wouldn't have been as cool because
like the condom kill, it's like that wouldn't have been as like
the condom kill, but like the death by 69 kill, like if this movie was being played straight faced and all of a sudden, the way he kills the couple in the 69, it's like seriously, like how can you not laugh at that? I mean. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty, and it's creative too. Like, I can't think of another film where people died in a 69.
No, definitely
I
thought
69.
That was really, really funny. I don't know. Like, I think that there is a way to play that scene like semi seriously. It's gonna come off darkly comedic anyway, but I don't know. I understand what you're saying. Like, there is some things that you would have to cut out that are awesome. Some of the kills and stuff that if you played it serious, you wouldn't be able to have. But I'm not saying that I wish it was serious. I'm just curious. I'm almost curious to see like what Ryan Nicholson's films would be like if he did make a super serious, like straightforward film. And I noticed that more in Hanger because I feel like this guy can like pull in like this dark material, but it always is for a comedic effect almost. Not always, but there's always like undertones of comedic value to most of the scenes in his films. And like it's really dark though. So it's like some some of the scenes in like we'll talk about Hanger later, but just for example, like one scene in particular in Hanger like actually like got under my skin and made me feel like shitty. So it's like I want to see him do like something serious.
So he basically has like a, in your opinion, kind of a mixed bag of tones throughout his film.
He's mostly comedic in all his films, though.
But the thing is, like, I've seen mostly comedic, and the thing is, like, they get like his films get really dark at times too. So it's like it's not mostly comedic to me. Like it seems like it's this weird blend that you normally don't see. Like I don't think I've seen really anything blended like this. Like this.
I think the tones in this film work perfectly because you never find yourself going, wow, this movie's really straight faced or this one's really overly funny. It does have its moments. I think the goofiest parts in the film are basically before the bowling ball wax kill.
That's my favorite kill of all time, man.
The automated machine.
Yeah, it's telling him to go fuck himself and stuff. It's hilarious.
When he's walking out, he's like, you dumbass.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of silly, but at the same time, it's not like, and then it's just over.
JP, you have to admit that kill is pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, I like all the kills pretty much in this film. I absolutely love the setting. I love the music and the sounds and stuff like that.
Oh man, honestly, this is one that I find the music is so awesome. The score is fucking amazing. I know the guy's real name isn't Gianni Rossi. He's using an alias for this, but he does the music he puts in this is fucking awesome. Great score by Patrick Cobble. Oh, I don't know if you guys noticed. I mean, it's probably more for me, but there's times in this where Gianni Rossi's like the music that he puts into the film totally is reminiscent of Italian films. Like some of the music is so fucking Italian sounding. I was like, what the hell? I don't know if you guys noticed that, but I definitely do because, I mean, I watch a lot of Italian films, but it's so interesting that his alias is Gianni Rossi, which is totally fucking Italian.
Yeah.
But some of the music is so Italian sounding, and I was like, it's just very odd that it works so well for that setting. I don't know, man. I really picked it out. I love the score in this film.
Well, you know where that bowling alley is. Haven't you been there?
Yeah, I've actually bowled in that.
It's shut down now, right?
Not sure. I mean, this was back in 2002, I think, when I was in 2002 is when I bowled in there. So
I heard somebody say that it's shut down now.
Was it on Shabbos?
Yeah, because he filmed this in 2007 or whatever, right?
Yeah,
it came out in 2008. So yeah, it was even before. So that sucks.
Remember what the name of the alley was or no?
For the life of me, I cannot, man.
Yeah.
I can't remember. But it was
awesome
fucking big. It was super big.
It definitely feels like throwback-ish, like 80s.
Yeah, this movie would if it was in a roller rink, it would be awesome in that setting too. I think if you were able to I always wanted to make a slasher film in a roller rink. I think that would be.
I think there
cool.
is a couple.
Yeah.
One thing I do like about this film is all the characters are all, well, for the most part. I mean, the guys' bowling team is basically some of the most hated characters. They're just disgraceful people, but you're meant to hate them, right? And there's a lot of kind of jabs, obviously with the tranny in the film.
Yeah.
But they're constantly calling each other fags and homos and stuff like that. It's kind of meant to be offensive, but at the same time, I don't find it overly that offensive. I don't know about you guys, but
not too.
It kind of
it's just goofy. It's
because it's coming from these shitty characters and stuff, right? So you're you kind of expect that from them. So the overuse of I've heard people even critique that before, and I'm they kind of use the homo and the fag shit a little too much, and I was you know what? It's a fucking movie. These characters are already hated, so what do you expect from them? Mm-hmm. Please and thank you? No, they're gonna call you a fucking fag. So that's just what it is, and I'm sorry for anybody that, gets offended by that, but it's just the way it is. These characters are meant to be hated, so this is how they talk. But I think it works really well, man. And I just love it because you hate these characters so much. And when they fucking get killed, you're just yeah.
I love the ending too, when they're in the back and all the bodies are, it's just fucking awesome. I love that part of the film.
The whole end of this film is fantastic.
Yeah,
I love,
awesome.
Especially the way the gore goes down, and it's just
it's amazing.
Crazy gory, man.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. It's funny because I actually don't like the end that much.
Really?
At least, the specific part of the reveal of the killer and then the whole motives and stuff. I was this feels really just phoned in, I don't know. I didn't really care for any of that.
I mean, I know we're getting into spoiler territory here, but I mean, if it was who you think it would be kind of lame though, because it's what you expect, right?
Mm-hmm. Wait, what? That's who I did think that it was.
You thought it really?
Yeah, it's the only person who you really can think that it is.
Well, they do hint at it that it's one character throughout the film. There's a bunch of conversations that they even say, they're where did so-and-so go? They keep coming back and forth, and I'm not going to specify if it's a guy or a girl.
Well, to be honest, the couple scenes that it kind of took me out of the film was any time that one of the characters would go talk to the owner or whatever.
He's the janitor.
He'd be like, let me give me my fucking new ball, man, or something. I'm I don't really care about any of this stuff right now. But those was really the only scenes in the films that I felt it kind of took me out a bit because those were all played for comedic effect, right? That's 100% comedic tone type shit.
Totally. But at the same time, it's just more, time to hate these characters. Dude, give me my fucking ball. Give me a new fucking ball. It's dude, shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah, but I almost couldn't hate him because this fucking dude is just putting up with these assholes. So it's I actually hate him more.
Really?
Yeah,
that's so weird.
I think he's the most likable character.
I really like the janitor. I thought he was awesome.
I like him too.
Not me, really. I would have been
the one. Doesn't seem like you like anybody in this movie.
Fuck out of here. I don't think anybody is supposed to be likable.
Well, what about what about the token black guy in the film? I mean, I think he's kind of meant to be liked, but I mean, he's really, but the one thing about this movie that always pisses me off every time I watch it, and it's really the only problem I have with it. I mean, it's not even a problem. I just wish they had shown it. But when Buddy goes back to fix the lanes, it doesn't come back, and then they find him obviously decapitated. I wish they had
awesome by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I wish they had shown that somehow, because every kill in the film is so awesome, but I wish they had to somehow incorporated that decapitation. Would have been fucking amazing. I don't know about you guys, but it's maybe because every time I watch it, I'm just like, I want to fucking see that so bad. Because it just like, I love when they're walking behind the bowling or behind the lanes there, and I can't remember the dude's name. And they're like, buddy, what are you doing down there? Or Steve's like, fucking idiot. Mm-hmm. What are you doing with your head in there? But then when he fucking discovers him, he's like, dude, where's your fucking head? Dude, it fucking kills me every time, man. It's funny.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I really do like this film. I think that the setting and the kills and stuff are just great. Like, I actually, like, the setting is, I think, the strongest point of this entire film. I do like the brutalness of a lot of it, too. Like even the initial rape scene, like, you fucking hate everybody. You're just like, this is ridiculous. Like, fuck these guys.
Yeah, because you see real penis and, there's, like, some hardcore shit in this film,
and close-up detail.
Yeah, like in the 69 position and stuff. Like that's what I like about Ryan Nicholson, man. He just doesn't hold back. He really
and I don't
does
know
show
why
it.
More people don't do that. Like, I mean, honestly, dude, let's think about, like, we're all, like, used to seeing, like, porn in today's, like, time. Like, what's the big deal about showing a vagina in like a film? Like, it does. I don't like it's especially independent level, right?
Yeah,
because
especially in the independent.
It's like you're not going for ratings. Like, you don't need an R rating. So it's like, I don't see why more people don't do it.
So when you were first watching the film, JP, when the girl, what the fuck is the main girl's name? I'm so bad with names. But anyway, she goes to bowl and she bends over.
Yeah. I was like,
isn't that like, that's the best way to start in the film? You're just like, gnarly, man.
Yeah.
You see, see the lips and everything.
It
awesome.
establishes, like, this film is not going to have any rules, like, right away.
Yeah.
And, like,
exactly.
I like that's great. I like when films do that. It's like in Stitches. I bring it up all the time. When, like, the first scene is that clown, like, going at that chick. It's like, well, I know that this film isn't gonna be like, I know exactly what this
back.
is gonna be like.
Yeah.
So what did you guys think of? Did you think that the way they did the killer with the scoreboard and stuff, do you think that's like cheesy or over the top? Or
yeah, that's probably like my least.
You know
favorite
what though, man? I actually like that because it's very throwback to, like, the old like slashers, man.
The first time I watched this movie years ago, I would love that idea of the killer marking off skull and bones every time he killed someone. It was like your own little kill count, but in the movie.
It's like
it was perfect. I love that idea. I think it's so creative.
Even the way that it was filmed, like, where it would be, like, a real serious moment. Like, it reminded me of, like, any gimmicky slasher from, like, the 81 or something. You know what I mean? Like I love that about this film. Like, where it really kind of captures those, like, sleazy, dark, like shitty, like, slasher films from the 80s. Like, you know me, like, it's probably my favorite subgenre. So, like I love anytime someone can kind of capture that feeling in modern time. And I will say that the fucking mask is awful, though, dude. Like, it's one of the worst killer masks I've ever seen.
But, like, what do you expect,
like it.
though?
It's like, it's funny.
No.
Why?
I don't mind it.
Because it's silly. I don't want my killer to
they-
be silly. I want him
What
to
else
be
would you
threatening.
want?
I don't mind it, actually, man. I
What
don't
else
really
would
have
you
a
want
problem
to
with
fit
it.
the theme?
I mean,
JP?
I really don't have
What'd
a
you
problem
say?
with it. But
What else would you want to fit the theme for him to wear as a mask? Just like a regular mask?
You don't even have to show his face. I don't know, like, I just think that the bowling bag it's not practical. It's completely idiotic. I mean, it doesn't ruin the film for me or anything, but, like, let's be honest, like, it's stupid looking. It is really stupid looking.
I don't mind it. I actually don't really mind it. One thing I really like about this film, though, is that, the killer doesn't stick to, like, one weapon. Like, he really does utilize, all the things in a bowling alley. Like, obviously pins and shoelaces and ball waxer and bowling balls.
It's funny because, like, you don't realize, like, how fucking deadly a bowling alley is until you watch this film. It's like, okay. Like,
I know. Even with the bowling shoes, right?
Yeah.
It's so fucking good, man.
What's your favorite kill?
I gotta say, man, the fucking wax kill,
Me
man.
too.
That shit is brutal, man.
The effects in that scene are so fucking awesome. It's
really
so good.
is.
Like when he like pulls his head out and you like see his tongue and everything. It's fucking amazing. It's so well done if you like look at it.
Yeah, it is. It's good.
I actually think my favorite kill is Death by 69, just because how original it is. Like, and it kind of, it might not be the most practical thing, but I think at least it's semi possible to kill somebody by 69. Maybe the girl especially.
Of course, man. Of course.
So like, I thought that one was pretty cool. And really, like, I would, like, sometimes when you think of, like, kills, it's just, like, how can I kill somebody, like, the most ridiculous way or whatever, but I don't know, like, I probably never would have thought of, like, killing somebody by 69ing to death. So that, mad props for originality on that one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, really, the bowling or the wax ball kill or whatever you want to call it. The fuck, what do you call it when, Jeremy? There's actually a name for it.
Waxomatic.
Waxomatic kill. That's what you can call it. I think that's pretty good though too, man. Like it fits perfect because ball is basically like your head. Why not put a face in there?
Out of order. It's like fucking hilarious. What do you mean fucking out of order? It's so funny.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you guys think that the way the kills went down at the end? Do you think it was?
No, it's brutal.
Was it expected to happen like how it did? With a certain asshole character, and then the end happening. Like, did you see that coming? I actually really like the way they did that because you kind of expect like the main protagonist to be, pretty much the last one to die. Like, like generally how it is in these type of films, right? But he, getting into spoiler territory again. But I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, I liked all that. My main thing was just like the reveal moment that like I was like it just didn't affect me really. I didn't like it.
Huh. Yeah, I had the completely different reaction when I first watched this film. I was like, that's fucking awesome. I don't know why, man. I don't know. Maybe I was really drunk or something, but
no.
But I don't know. I think the whole end scene is just fucking crazy, man. Like, it's so gory and awesome.
The whole movie's awesome.
You know what I would be curious to see? I'd be curious to see like Jeremy's classmates like see this one.
This is pretty hardcore. Like I was literally sitting in class. Like,
they probably couldn't show it though because it actually has pornographic stuff in it though.
No, we watch I Spit on Your Grave, man.
But I mean, this actually has porno. Like, actual. Like that's like
yeah, it wouldn't be a problem.
Penetration.
No? So I was sitting in class one day, like 3 weeks ago. I was sitting there, and somebody raised their hand, and the teacher called on him. He's like, "Have you ever seen Nekromantik before?" I was just like sitting there, like shaking my head. It's like, do you really just ask the fucking professor if they've ever seen Nekromantik before? It's like, do you even know what that movie is? And I was like, and I even said that. I was like, do you even know what that movie is? He's like, no. I was like, well, then shut up. It's like, oh my god.
See, if my professor hasn't seen Nekromantik, I would be disappointed.
I don't know, JP.
Oh, Nekromantik. Good stuff. I don't know, man. I don't really know what else to say about the film without spoiling anything, but I don't know. I love the one thing I really do like about this. JP probably will disagree with me, but I love the pacing in this film. I never get bored with it. I mean, you even mentioned that, there was scenes where Buddy was like bitching about his bowling ball. And actually that part's really funny too. I forgot to mention when the janitor walks away, Buddy grabs his pencil and breaks it every fucking time.
Yeah, I laughed at that too. I was like, what an asshole.
I piss myself every time because
it's
there's
like
no point.
Those moments are actually like, I think that's good filmmaking. Like, that's why I want to see like other stuff from this guy where like he has a lot of like talent, I think, because like it's that stuff that most people wouldn't think of to really kind of showcase who your character is. It's like it's just so random to do. He just breaks the dude's pencil. It's like, what an asshole. Like,
I know.
There was no need to do that, and it's out of nowhere. And like I love stuff like that. I love when filmmakers take the time to add those little type of moments to their characters. And I'm glad you brought that up because that was like real. I remember like even like kind of nodding my head like yeah like I like when people like do stuff like this with their films.
I know, it's a nice touch, isn't it? And it fucking every time I watch this movie, I piss myself in that part because I'm just like, dude, you just broke his pencil, man.
Yeah, because I mean that little moment right there completely defines that character.
Yeah, totally.
And that's what's cool, man. That's what's cool about that scene.
But that was leading up to my point that I wanted to make about the pace in the film. I think that there's really no downtime in this one. It just it keeps jumping from character to character, and it's always entertaining. There's really no unnecessary character development. I mean, the character development is obviously, within the first 5 minutes, these characters are pieces of shit. You don't need anything. So, Ryan Nicholson doesn't dwell on that because you don't need it in this at all.
But I would disagree. I think he does a good job at character. I mean, I think he does.
I meant like specifics about, like slowing down the film and going, oh yeah, and, just having like any type of backstory.
Yeah, why these guys are assholes.
Stuff. Anything that's unnecessary.
Yeah, I agree. I think the pacing is fine. Like, I think it's really well paced.
I think it's awesomely paced. I never get bored for a second. Yeah. This film actually flies by for me. It's like 95 minutes or whatever. Yeah. And it literally, every time I watch it, I'm like, holy fuck, it's already over.
Yeah.
Every time with this movie, and I've seen it a bunch of times, and I just love the pacing. It's so entertaining. Really, really fucking awesome. I love this movie.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Like, I think that's one of the stronger points of this film is that it goes by so quick, and it feels like a lot of stuff happens in the film, like a lot of kills, and it goes through each one quickly, the downtime is quick. There's not a lot of downtime, and the scenes I was talking about where, it would be like the downtime scenes, like where he would go talk to the janitor or whatever. I didn't feel like it was downtime. I just didn't personally care for the interaction. But it didn't feel like it made the film slow down at all. Some of the interaction, like when I thought it was the jerk guy, how he has like these two girls with him, but they're just like cheating on him and shit. Like, I don't know, it's like funny.
One thing I love about Steve though is like how fucking rude he is. But there's this one moment where he fucking stands up and one of his whores, quote, falls off him, and then he screams to his buddy, he's like, pick her up, you fucking asshole. Yeah. He just has this moment in time where he's like, don't leave her on the ground, you dick. Even though he threw her on the ground. It's like fucking made me laugh so hard.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I love this film, man. Next time you watch this film, JP, listen to the music, or Jeremy too.
Yeah.
Let me know what you think of it. Because at times there's like very Italian sounding. I'm like,
I've heard somebody else say that before I even watched this film, so I was actually kind of looking for that.
Who said that?
It was on an old podcast, maybe like 2 years ago.
Okay, I've never heard anyone say that, but it's so interesting that he went with that sound for that, but it works so well. And it's like in the kind of like the slower parts and stuff, it's like a really slow Italian kind of music and stuff, and it really works, man. It's really good stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know, any last thoughts on it?
Overall, if I would just tell somebody like to watch Gutterballs, I would say like it's really violent. The setting and feel is very throwback and kind of makes the film. It's a little over the top at times.
A little? Come on, man. It's over the top the entire thing.
It's really over the top at times, but I don't think it detracts too much from the film. Depending on what kind of films you like. You guys know me. I normally don't go for the over the top shit, but I think this one works for what it is. Are we rating right now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I give it an 8 out of 10.
Mm-hmm. Jeremy, your last thoughts on?
I've stated my love for Gutterballs many times on the show. It's my favorite slasher film, and it was one of the first movies I bought when I got my collection, and I've stuck by it the entire time throughout all the movies that I've watched since then, as it being my favorite slasher film. It's just so enjoyable. The gore is over the top and awesome, and I haven't seen anything that matches it. And I know JP would probably disagree with me on that one, but it's just an awesome slasher film. It's everything that a slasher film should be. I give this one a 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's funny because I recommend this movie for when like newbies come to you and they go, "Hey man, can you recommend me some films?" Stuff like that. And I always recommend Gutterballs because
I'm like, recommend newbies Gutterballs.
I do it for a purpose. I recommend Gutterballs because I'm like, if you love Gutterballs, you're gonna like a lot of the stuff that I'm gonna recommend. I'm starting them at the top here. I'm like way up here. I'm going way out in left field. I'm like, I'm going to throw them Gutterballs. You know, here's a strike. Bad pun.
Yeah.
Okay, I know. But, you know, so I always, you know, if you can get past Gutterballs, or not get past, if you enjoy Gutterballs, then, you know, you're going to fucking dig the shit. But I always go with Gutterballs for, you know, recommendation. But, you know, this one right here, I love the setting. I mean, I used to bowl like 5 days a week myself.
Yeah,
so
I bowled a lot too.
I know what
it's
it's like.
212 average, and then I stopped.
Yeah, like I used to bowl so much, and I love bowling. So when I first seen this film, I was like, this is fucking amazing. How come there isn't more films in bowling alleys, man?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, this is so crazy. So it hooked me right away. And, you know, and then the gore, the soundtrack, everything about this film I just loved. I love the overtop use of language. I don't know if that was purposely intended to be like that, or if Ryan Nicholson gave these characters free range on some of the dialogue, just kind of roll with it. And just, you know, I don't know the whole story with that. I'd actually like to ask Ryan that one time. Jeremy, do you know what the deal is with the language in this film? Because it does seem...
I don't know. You would have to ask to see the script.
Do you think,
I doubt
Ryan actually wrote this? Because I doubt it.
I doubt
it too.
Yeah,
I bet what he told the guys was like these probably aren't like actors. So he's like, just, you know, be like a complete douchebag and say the F word a lot. You know.
Yeah. I mean, these guys have all done. I mean, some of the people in this film have done like a bunch of other films and stuff, mostly with Ryan Nicholson and stuff. But so I guess you can call them actors, right? But yeah, I love pretty much everything about this film, man.
Yeah.
It's so entertaining, and that's what it comes down to for me, man. Entertainment at its best. And I love to throw in this film, be at my house playing cards, fucking, you know, a bunch of people are over drinking, and I'll be like, hey, man, I'll throw in Gutterballs in the background. So I'm fucked up like that, but anyways, I'm blabbling on here.
Want to see some guy get a stick cut in half with a...
Never did bring that up, but that part's fucking gross.
Yeah.
But yeah, 9.5 out of 10. I love this movie.
Wow.
So
did it make you a Hall of Fame?
No.
No, it doesn't.
Damn. But
I thought I was very generous with my 8 rating. 9.5 is...
Hey man, you know, it's your first time watch, so maybe it might go up within watches, you know.
It couldn't even go up past 8 simply for how bad the acting is.
It doesn't bug me one bit.
At least it's not in the Hall of Pain. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
It's not in the Hall of Pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get on that. Alrighty, so
with a Y-N-E.
All right, so from Ryan Nicholson's actually next film, I believe he filmed these almost in sequence too. From 2009, I believe, Hanger came out. 2009, yeah, Hanger.
Now, your mama was a whore. Pip's name was Leroy.
You see Leroy here? He got to thinking, and he solved your problem and his. Well, you better have some for me tonight. One last chance, Mama.
I need some money. Please.
You were the one who knocked up my bitch.
You can fuck me. I know how to treat a man good.
Every once in a while, Nicole like to stay late. And whatever she do, we think she up there rubbing one out.
Oh. I think Leroy, you don't know nothing about.
Give me, baby.
Get in the fucking truck. Looks like I already knew.
Gotcha, motherfucker.
So does anybody want to give the synopsis on this one?
Do it, JP.
try, I guess.
It says a horrifying tale of revenge. Okay,
So-
Hanger from the year 2009.
It's actually pretty simple.
A horrifying tale of revenge that begins with a back alley abortion and ends with a bloodbath so vicious that it brings a new meaning to an eye for an eye. From pimps to dealers and hookers to junkies, this film dives headfirst into the depths of human depravity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one basically opens up with one of the most rotten fucking scenes I have seen in cinema history. Like, I'll never forget the first time I watched this movie. I actually paused it after the first scene, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
What's the first scene?
A clothes hanger abortion, man. Come on.
Oh, that's not the first scene.
Well, no, I meant like, you know, the story of the film.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. I was like, no, that's not the first scene's not the bad scene. It's like a couple scenes later.
No, well, that's what I meant like, you know, at the end of the backstory, right? I was like, wow.
That's
that was
actually
effective.
what I was talking about when I said, like, that scene gets to, like, a level of darkness where it totally doesn't match, like, the rest of the tone of the film, because it's to me, it's like, extremely effective, and it's actually one of the more, and I think it has something to do with, we mentioned this in Proxy, something to do with, like, babies and stuff like that, and, like, pregnancy, that, like, when used in horror, can be one of the more effective, unnerving things for me.
I think that's why people like Inside so much.
Yeah, I mean,
because
that's a good
especially
point.
the end when Moodz, when she gets hit in the stomach, like, it's gross. But like, yeah, Inside's like the same way.
It's like, it's just the whole baby thing though, man, because they're helpless is inside of someone.
Mhm.
It's like, you know, you just feel so shitty for them.
Yeah.
Right? They can't help it. So it's anything to do with that. Yeah, it is very effective. Yeah. And those are three good examples. I mean, these three films have all affected me in different ways. And it's funny because they all have quite different tones too. So, I don't know, but yeah, that scene right there, fuck, when I first watched this movie, I literally paused it after and I was like, oh, that thing hit the ground. He just threw it and hit the ground. And I was like, oh my God. And it looks so fucking real, man. Like, dude, when he was like, they showed it coming out the pussy. And I was like, Jesus, man.
Yeah,
like,
Ryan
those fucking
Nicholson,
effects.
he goes for it. That's why. He's,
Okay,
it's
explain this to me. Okay, is that a real pussy that they're putting a hanger in there? Because that shit looked real as shit.
It looked pretty.
It did not look like a prosthetic.
I don't think. I mean, I was wondering that as well. I think it is fake though.
Man, does that ever good effects? Because that's
right.
Obviously when they're pulling the baby out, they're using some type of prosthetic. But when they put the initial hanger in there, like they have the camera right on the bare pussy. And I was like, that shit looks real as hell.
I was wondering.
And then my next question was, I'm like, if that's actually Debbie Rochon's pussy, I'm like, that's awesome. Because I love Debbie Rochon. She's actually from Vancouver too. Yeah. Which is interesting. Yeah, she's from around here too. So, but yeah, that whole scene is
She was
just,
in Wrath of Crows, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deborah Rochon's, I think, in like 120 films or something. But yeah, that whole scene is really, really effective. And I do totally understand where you're coming from, JP, where, you know, that opening scene has this crazy dark fucking tone that literally kind of floors you at first. You're like 10 minutes into this film. And then you get introduced to Hanger himself and all these fucking weird characters.
You know, and
like, it's
Russell,
the
man.
weirdest characters ever. Like, Russell is the dude from Gutterballs. He's one of the asshole friends. One of the white asshole friends.
I'll continue on with that though, where one of the things I give props about this film is it's kind of like this, like Ryan Nicholson kind of created this dark underworld of almost like,
doesn't it feel like
it's like
book?
Yeah, it's like bizarre, like like fantasy, like I don't know, like how to really explain it.
It feels like a Gotham City.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
like that. It's just like,
you know, that, you know, you think they exist, but you obviously know they don't. But it's like
underground,
this type of
like
dark
seedy
underworld.
type of like underworld. And I was like, and even like, you know, something I'll mention is like, the set pieces, like the junkyard or whatever, like that adds to that feel to me so much. And I was like, I'll say it right away. Like, I'm not like the biggest fan of this film, but I do appreciate a lot of things in it, and one of them was that like character creation of like this whole world of characters that really kind of feel like they were pulled like out of our reality and like inserted. It was like, I don't really know how to explain it, but you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're saying, man. It feels like a really dark kind of graphic novel that was adapted on screen. You know, it was like these characters came to life out of a graphic novel because they're so fucking bizarre. Like everyone's bizarre.
Almost like a Clive Barker.
Like almost like a Nightbreed type thing with all these weird kind of characters and shit.
Maybe. Awesome. Like I'm just saying, like Clive Barker has a way of creating shit that like doesn't exist. Like he just makes up stuff.
Yeah. So, general thoughts on it? I honestly,
some parts are fucking nasty, man.
Man, this movie has some
nastiest
shit I've ever seen.
And I could handle that shit. Like that stuff really doesn't bother me. But this one got to me, man.
This one has a lot of interesting parts. Like you can tell Ryan threw in a bunch of scenes, like especially with Lisa is the receptionist in Lisa from Gutterballs. I don't know what her real name is. The one that gets raped in Gutterballs. She's the girl that's masturbating in this film.
Yeah.
You know, that whole scene where it just cuts to her masturbating. It's like, what the fuck? You know, it's like, it seems kind of random. It's kind of, there's a point to it though, but the whole tampon thing, man, they go into that so much, man. Like, dude, when Russell's going vintage or fresh, I fucking lose it every time on that part, man.
I probably thought that was the best character.
Fuck, I was pissing myself, man.
It actually made me laugh a couple times. But I will say, guys, this is the film that kind of like crosses my line where I kind of draw the line with the film. Like, it just is a little too much.
You have too many lines. Come on.
No, like,
I mean, you don't like a guy sticking his dick into a fucking
shit. Like, dude, they get drugged from the.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I don't find any of that funny. It's just stupid at this point. Like, I found the tampon thing to be pretty funny, but like, I don't know. Like, there's just certain points of this film where I'm like,
and you don't like the douche up the fucking girl's nose? Like, come on, that part's hilarious.
Actually, pretty good effects right there.
Yeah.
But, no, I know what you're saying. Like, this dude comes in, fucking drugs them, and then rapes them.
Yeah, it just seemed like such a pointless scene.
No, but that's actually the point I was getting at. There's a bunch of scenes in this film that are kind of, they just seem like they're kind of thrown in for the sake of like, well, let's put it this way, to be kind of disgusting. I mean, there's shit on this guy's coming out of this hole and on his cock and shit. I'm like, fuck, man, it's so nasty to watch.
It's not that nasty because it's so unrealistic. It's just like, it's silly, dude.
Yeah, but dude, it's the whole thought, dude. He's fucking literally a shithole.
I don't know, man. It didn't seem that gross to me. I was just like, this is ridiculous.
Oh, dude, that's so fucking
because it looks so stupid, man.
But it's the close-up, man. The close-up, it's like
that
right
part,
there.
It's the close-up that got me.
Yeah, it
like,
is.
I can handle
it's right
like
in your face.
Yeah.
Ugh. It's fucking gross, man. But yeah, the tampon shit is pretty funny, but I don't know, man. This one has such bizarre characters. Like, his dad in the film is actually the janitor from Gutterballs, right?
Yeah,
the dude with the
I
big
like
fucking
that guy,
nose.
man. The obvious prosthetic nose, but like that's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
I know the first thing I think of is like the Penguin from Batman. His fucking nose.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
And it's like, why, right? Like, why do that? Like,
exactly. You know, he created all these weird ass fucking characters.
That's what I like about it. But I just get it brings me back to my point. Like, what if you just cut out some of that ridiculous shit and like. I think that it could have been a stronger film, man. I really do. Like, if he played it more serious, like, especially this one, like, I like the idea of, like this story of revenge, like this pimp and this, you know, whore and like, you know, the underground, like, prostitution and like these freaks in this junkyard and like, I don't know, like, I like all that stuff, but it's just, I'm like, this just gets a little ridiculous.
Well, that's the thing. I think the whole premise of the film is cool, and like the tone and like, you know, the setting and kind of like this not unrealistic, but this like alternate reality that he's created. I think there's a lot of good things there. I think we could have done with maybe without the rape scene. I think is probably could have been cut out there
because it doesn't feel like it really adds much to the film. Like, it doesn't really advance the story or anything.
No, it doesn't. And there's a oh man, I was just thinking of another part, but there's some funny ass scenes in this film. It's like, okay, when the girl, I'm going to call her Lisa from Gutterballs, she's masturbating, and then she hears a noise outside, and she fucking sits up and goes, "Daddy, is that you again?" I'm like, oh my God. Is this shit like that? You're just like, oh, for fuck's sakes, man. You're pushing the button every fucking time. But, it's like, I like it though. I thought it was pretty funny, but the stink bag at the end, which is the shit.
You look like you're about to vomit just by talking about it.
In the mouth. It's like, oh my God. It fucking gagged me, man.
But you gag.
I think I have a pretty strong stomach, I guess.
Dude, it's just shit that does it to me, man. Like shit and puke, man. I can't
You don't
handle
like pus either, though.
I hate pus.
Like
Those are like the three
Tommy,
things.
Tommy Pistol.
Oh my God. That movie makes me gag. Oh, I couldn't. The end of that movie, I was losing it, man.
I hate that movie, man. It's shitty.
I will say, like, this is like Mutantis level of ridiculousness at times, but the reason, the big difference in those type of films to me is simply like I can see all these like moments and things in this film that like I'm like there's actual art here, there's actual like the guy has so much potential and he nails a lot of things like so that's like the difference, because like you would say that these are similar types of films, right? The tone wise.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, and that's why I like this film way more than I would something like Mutantis, because to me this film feels like it has all these things that make it just not basic as hell.
I mean, I think it's so cool though, man. Like, I mean, Ryan Nicholson got Lloyd Kaufman to do a cameo in the film.
I noticed that.
That was pretty fucking funny cameo, actually. I'm like, that's a nice touch. And me personally, I know you guys probably won't know, but the soundtrack to me was fucking awesome. He kept playing Ari the Rugged Man tracks in there, and I was like, that's fucking gnarly. Like, I don't know where he came up with putting Ari the Rugged Man tracks in there, but I'm like, that's fucking awesome. So that really worked for me, because I'm a huge RA fan. So I'm like, that's gnarly. So I like the overall soundtrack, actually. It kind of works for the film, I guess. But I don't know, man. This one does. It has one of the oddest feeling films overall.
Yeah, I was like really blown away by like that part of the film where it's just like this feels so interesting.
It is. It's a really odd feel, and it's intriguing. So you kind of get through it, you know, even though there's a lot of parts with poop and stuff that are making me gag. I mean, the bloody tampons, it's not so bad.
No,
but
I think that's way worse than anything else. Like that was.
I don't have a problem with that, to be honest. But although the part where they trick Russell and then they squeeze out the blood into, okay, that was fucking gross. But I don't know, man. This one, it's entertaining. It's not one I like to watch on a regular basis just because of the gag factor for me. I mean, generally I like to be shocked and stuff like that, but it literally makes me gag. So for me, it's not like, you know, the biggest replay value for me, but I do like this film though. So
yeah, to me, this is kind of a one and done type thing. Like I probably won't watch Hanger again unless I'm reviewing it or something like that. Like Gutterballs is one I'll probably go back to a couple more times, but Hanger, it's kind of just one of those films where like I think it's worth seeing because there's alone for that beginning scene, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you're a fan of Ryan Nicholson, you might as well check out all his work, right? So definitely check out Hanger. I mean, I would not recommend it, but you know, just like all of his films, you know. So I think he's a really talented guy, and I think he's got a lot to offer. I'm really excited to see what he does in the future here. You know, especially with Gutterballs 2. I mean, and
I want to see Collar too.
Yeah, Collar just came out, which I have not been able to get my hands on a copy because it's sold out everywhere. Of course, I had it on pre-order and then I canceled it because it's like not shipping. It says out of stock, not shipping for like a couple months or something. I'm like, fuck this.
Shipping in 8 months.
I'm like, fuck this. You know how it goes with my shipping.
Yeah.
Don't need to tell the story again, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I heard it's really different. I've heard some pretty interesting reviews on it too, actually. So I got to check it out because they're kind of mixed. Even Dave even said that Collar was not his favorite Nicholson film, so it should be interesting to see. I like the premise of it though. But
would you be interested in seeing him do like a straight serious film though?
Yeah, I would actually love to see him do a serious film. Maybe a Ghostly.
Oh,
not a ghost looking.
I'm thinking like
I'm fucking joking. I don't know, man. I think maybe like what kind of film would you like to see him do? Like I think he's done a lot of different type of things. So what do you think?
I'm thinking like an Alice Kills. Like I think he could nail a film like that.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like to me, like that's the like I feel that type of feeling in his films, but then it's surrounded by like there's like singular moments in his films where I'm like, this feels like an Alice Kills type film. But so that's why I would be interested to see him do something serious like that, but still kind of out there tone wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean, he's got a lot of talent, man. Have you ever checked out his IMDb page?
Oh, he worked in a lot of stuff before he did.
You would be
movies.
really surprised at how much stuff he's worked on because he was like an effects artist, right?
Yeah.
It is actually
like
crazy.
Supernatural and like a whole bunch of shit.
Like he worked on so much stuff you wouldn't even know, like Smallville and fucking Stargate, and like he worked on fucking tons of shit that was all filmed in fucking Vancouver.
Blade Trinity.
Grave Encounters 2 as a prosthetic designer, like
Scary Movie 3, Elf, like so many weird ones.
Ghost Rider, fucking, it's so crazy, man. Like, it just Hollow Man 2, like what the fuck, man? Like you worked on so much shit, man.
Poltergeist Legacy.
Yeah, dude's got a lot of talent, man.
Yeah,
so, yeah. But what has he got coming up in the future here? He's
Cannibal Lipstick
in post-production right now. That sounds awesome. Cannibal Lipstick, nice.
Gutterballs 2.
Ted Bundy has a son. Had a son. That's fucking amazing. Yeah, cool stuff. But yeah, I don't know, man. A serious film, I would love to see one. Yeah, like straight up, like, you know, just straight faced. I think it'd be interesting. I think it would really kind of, I don't know, man. I don't think it would confuse people, but I think, to be honest, I think Caller actually is more of a straight face film from what I've heard. The reviews that I've read and seen, I think it does kind of play out a little more serious because of what it is about and stuff. So, I mean, I'll have to check it out for myself, but who knows? It could be one. So,
yeah. See, my thing is like you guys know my style of films that I like, and although I can enjoy films like Gutterballs and stuff, they never hit me like a film like Alice Kills would. So that's why I'm always kind of wishing that these guys would make. You know, because that's the type of films that I like more. Is they give me more of a feeling. That's
so. Are you looking for more of like a film that isn't just fun, but like kind of affects you more?
Yeah, that's.
Like, I
like
having both. Like, you know, a film like Proxy, where it had that effect on me, and I thought about it for days. And same with Alice Kills, like those really did work, but. You know, the other side of me is like, I love being entertained. That's why I watch a lot of really bad films. I know that they're bad. Yeah. You know, I honestly know these films are bad. I'm not a fucking idiot. But the thing is, for entertainment value for me, I like a lot of things, right? A lot of different subgenres of horror and stuff, like we all do. But I mean, I will go to the extreme of watching really, really shitty stuff just for, you know, entertainment value. Sometimes it doesn't work out. You know, like Death by VHS, you know, it's supposed to be entertaining, but it was pure fucking rubbish, you know? So it doesn't always work out, but I mean, I sometimes pop in a film just to have fun. Like I know it's not going to be good. I'm just like, whatever.
To me,
but I totally get what you're saying though.
When I have the most fun is when a film like hits me, like Proxy or like Alice Kills or, you know,
So when you feel a little more stimulated, you know, it's like, wow. Yeah. It kind of affects you and stuff. Yeah. See, I don't necessarily need it though. Like I said, you know, I'll watch a film like, I don't know, Mondo Cannibal. Like it's pure entertainment. You know, it's not going to affect me after the fact of, even though there was a couple like, you know, real animal killings. And I think just one, but you know, that type of shit I don't like to see generally. So it gets me thinking, but it's more of an entertainment value.
Yeah. But
you know, so
that's also like Deathbed. Like I can watch a Deathbed and be entertained just by the badness of it and shit like that. But what really gets my juices going is the Alice Kills of the world. You know what I mean? And the maniacs of the world.
If that's the case, man, then I suggest that you run out, maybe even, you know, get on Amazon right now and order yourself a copy of The Devil's Business right now.
Yeah.
I think you'll really enjoy it, man. It's definitely your type of film. You know, it's serious fucking toned and gets you thinking. So,
and I will say
weird.
that over the maybe last year to 2 years, I've really kind of gravitated away from the basket cases of the world and more towards the serious stuff. I go through shifts and tones depending on my mood, and lately I've really been disliking a lot of the more silly stuff, but I do love films like Basket Case as well.
Yeah. I really try to not think too hard about it though, because I really don't want to, you know, all of a sudden start hating something, you know, and like, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but I don't want to start like, oh man, I really like, there's a lot of subgenres with me that are hit and miss. You know, horror comedies being one of them. They're very hit and miss. And last week was a perfect example on Body Bags. You know, I reviewed 2 films. You know, one I really did like, and the next day, the one I did on my day, I completely didn't like. Mm-hmm. Right? So they are hit and miss. So that's the type of subgenre that I'm just like, you know, I don't want to start, you know, completely hating it. It's hit and miss with me. Vampires is like that with me too, though. You know, so I just try to keep an open mind and just go into every film like it's just whatever. You know, yeah. I try not to think about it too hard. I try not to think about things too hard sometimes because, you know, with me being very critical and stuff, like all of us, you know, I think that ultimately we're trying to be entertained and have fun. You know, I don't want this to ever feel like a job or anything. So, you know, I try to keep that openness, and I think it works for me because that's why I love such a broad spectrum of horror films. You know, everything from underground bullshit to fucking Italian classics to fucking, you know, shit from Israel. It doesn't matter what it is, man. You know, I'm willing to check it out, and I love doing it. So,
yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why we care so much about, you know, films, and we get so passionate about them, is because we really do just enjoy the genre of horror and love films in general. And I like them all too. You know, I like all genres and subgenres. Some I like more than others, but I'm also more critical than I've probably ever been. And that's probably from doing the show. You know, we really try to get into why a film works or doesn't work.
You know, ultimately that makes sense though, because this is what we do. We review films and stuff, and you know, over time your tastes are going to change a little bit too. I mean, that's ultimately what is going to happen to people. I mean, obviously you can use us as an example. Like, I'm sure there's certain films that you loved as a kid that you watch now and you're like, I don't really care for that much, to be honest. You know?
Yeah.
Or even vice versa. Maybe you watched a film that you didn't really care for back in the day, and now you fucking love it because maybe you understand it more, and vice versa. So it's like, you know, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
But
so,
you know,
want to wrap up Hanger?
Yeah. Shit, man. Yeah. Hanger. You know, I really do enjoy the film for its bizarreness, and it's just an oddity to me. You know, I think
it's a good
Hanger
word for it.
Yeah, you know, it's for the Ryan Nicholson films that I've seen pretty much all of his stuff now, except for the exception of like a couple. You know, this one does kind of stick out for me as being a very oddball film. But you know, it doesn't really take anything away from it. Like I said, it's entertaining. It's gaggable. I don't know, man. If I had to rate this
on the poster,
it's gaggable.
That's 616.
It's gaggable, yeah. I do enjoy this film. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10.
All right. I agree with most of what you said. You know, like it's an oddity. It has a weird tone to it. He really did establish and create his own little unique universe with these characters and the setting. I give that mad props, and that beginning scene was fucking terrible, like in a good way.
Yeah.
You know, I do think that it oversteps certain points for me, you know, like some of the scenes just feel a little silly, but it is still an interesting watch. I recommend checking it out, especially if you're trying to see what else this guy has done besides Gutterballs, because that seems to be his most popular film. But I'm still gonna say that it's a 6 out of 10.
Cool.
I gave it a 6.5.
Wow.
So we're all pretty similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds about right. So, that does suck though. You know, Gutterballs just coming short of that Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Thanks, JP.
Well, honestly,
no, but for real,
have
man.
Any thought that it would even come close to the Hall of Fame? So,
I don't know. We're just
We just love the film.
Like I said, man. Maybe give it a couple more spins. Who knows? It might go down for. Who knows? You know, Don't really know. But yeah, I guess that's going to do it for the show, guys. I hope you enjoyed this episode. This is episode 34.
Yeah.
Ryan Nicholson, pretty much special, really. We talked about 3 films.
Director's Spotlight.
Director's Spotlight, yeah. Got to remember that term, Director's Spotlight. So, anyways, guys, I'll leave it to Jeremy.
All right. So thank you, everybody, for listening to the 34th episode of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man Moodz himself, you can do so at youtube.com/Moodz616 or click the subscribe button down below. If you want to follow me on my channel, you can do so at youtube.com/NESRuler22. And if you want to follow JP, aka the man who hates Pee Wee Herman, you can do so at youtube.com/DoubleShotJ. And of course, if you have any questions, you can email us at the 22 shots of moods and horror at gmail.com. It's 22 shots of moods and horror at gmail.com. And if you have any questions to us, you can leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. And please leave the voicemails to around 3 minutes. Or if you get cut off, please call back again. And as always, you can follow us on Twitter at 22 Shots Podcast. And you can now follow us on our brand new website at the 22 shots of moods and horror.com. That's 22 shots of moods and horror.com. I have some written pieces up there right now. I know JP is posting a whole bunch of press releases and things like that during the week. So if you guys are interested, head over to our new website. JP did a fantastic job on the site. So please do yourself a favor and go check it out. So until next week, guys, I hope everyone has a good week. And we should talk to you guys next week with the 35th episode of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. Talk to you guys next week.
Yeah.